There we go. There we go. We are recording. We are recording.
We are live in action.
We are live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm super excited. Happy Monday as we open up for this amazing Yule energy, as we open up for the holy days, as we hold sacred space for Mama Gaia, for the collective, for the highest light, for Mama Earth, as we anchor in these beautiful new timelines, as we anchor in this beautiful new healing for all who are ready and all who are open. It is so exciting. So exciting. How are you feeling today, beautiful Lady Jasmine?
I am feeling alive.
I'm like introductions. I am Lady Anika. I am the host and guide here at the Quantum Awakening Summit with beautiful baby. Interesting. Yes, baby. Beautiful Queen Lady Jasmine. Super excited to be here today as we unleash, as we activate, as we anchor our purpose, our energy, our light, our healing, our grace, and so much. Beautiful.
What a divine blessing to open this container with you, beloved priestess, sister, woman of power, Lady Anika with Seeds of Divinity. This is her brainchild, and I am so deeply honored and grateful to be here co-hosting this today. We've got lots of wonderful things coming up this week, and I am just so excited to hold this container. I would love to open our container with inviting all of us to set an intention. If you do not have your intention set already, what is the intention that you are setting for yourself today and through the next 5 days? What are you wanting to tap into as we really awaken our destiny, awaken our highest timeline, anchor that in? What is the sacred intention? Since I asked the question, I will go first. My biggest intention is to anchor the highest timeline for myself in leadership, in service, and as a sacred sovereign in this world, and to hold this container with this beautiful sister in support and service, and to hold every single one of you to witness
Yes.
every single one of you. Witness, WITHNESS, because we are with you in the witnessing of your soul evolution. Deep bow. Thank you for joining us today, for choosing to be here. We see you. We love you. We thank you.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. I am very excited. Very excited. We have lots of gifts to give. We have lots of beautiful information and amazing speakers that are going to be flowing through all week long. This is going to be a great space for fun, empowerment, and growth. It's super, super exciting. We are going to open space today. And then beautiful Lady Jasmine and I are going to share some beautiful nuggets of our own practices, of the things that we've been working on behind the scenes, the things that we have been putting together to be of service to the collective. We're going to share those beautiful nuggets. And then we have some beautiful, beautiful speakers coming on to share their growth, their empowerment, their journey through working with us, their journey through working through this collective awakening, through the ascension, and through the pitfalls of the shadow dancers into empowerment and into their highest and best good. And as we open the space today, really sitting with, like Lady Jasmine said, our intentions. What are our intentions? We are preparing for a huge alignment on January 25th. This is like a pre-wash cycle is how the universe showed it to me this morning. It's like when the washer is going and it's in the spinning cycle, it's in the cleansing space, it's in the cleaning space. That's kind of what we've been going through with this amazing planetary alignments and the planets in retrograde. And really sitting with our intentions, sitting with our feelings, sitting with our why. Why are we here? Why do we come to this planet? What changes do we want to see? Not just for us, but for the collective. We are the change makers. We are the stars in human form, and we are here to make an impact. We are here to change the world. We are here to share our medicine in some way, shape, or form. Dance, music, empowerment, magic, however that is. We are here to hold the space for all who are ready, who have been working, who have been doing the things to step into their remembrance, to step into their empowerment, to step into their truth and authenticity, to step into their sovereignty. And we are here to hold the space and to amplify and to anchor and to just really bring it into a good vision for us, really help us connect to what is blocking us, what could be keeping us stuck, where we are on our journey, because we're going to lay out the whole path, aren't we, Lady Dresman? We're going to lay out the whole, from trauma to empowerment to creating a quantum shift, like the whole thing. And we have beautiful speakers that are going to help share their medicine and how they have made it through this path. It's the whole map. It's the whole path, and we're here to share it with you. And it's so exciting. So exciting. Oh, okay. Are we ready? Do you have anything to add, baby? Beautiful. I don't know why I keep saying that. That's interesting. Beautiful,
Baby.
Yeah.
You know, this is where we're at. Okay, this is where we're at. We're on day one. We're in the baby energy. We're coming out of the womb. We're fresh and pink. We're a little smelly. You know, we might need some extra love-ins right now. That's okay. We're in this baby energy. So let's tap into that energy real quick. Let's take 3 cleansing breaths. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Let's tap into that space of beginnings, that space of curiosity. There might be a little fear there, and that's okay. Let's acknowledge that, right? Let's acknowledge that fear. That fear is a sign that we're pushing on growing edges. We're pushing on things that are unfamiliar. But how exciting that you have the both of us here to hold you gently through that. Are you in the space of curiosity today? Are you feeling old and tired and just like, I feel done? Bring all of that into the forefront right now. Let it all come up and let it go.
Beautiful. One thing that I hear a lot is, I'm tired of playing small. So let's bring that forward today and share that and anchor that and release that so we can bring in the highest vision today. All right. Should we open the sacred space?
Let's do it.
Okay. I'm gonna relight my sage. I have a beautiful red candle that sorry, go ahead.
I am the sacred space, and you are the sacred space. This is the sacred space. We are all sacred spaces. Maybe with a little card in there.
Yesterday with our beautiful psyllium scroll, we did an amazing meditation with connecting to our psyllium, our nervous system. And we will talk about this throughout the week, but we really brought that forward for those that participated in the party with us, that got to go to the meet and greet. And we lit this beautiful red candle to really bring in the fire, to bring in the light, to bring in the season, and bring in this transformation through Yule time as we go into this cleansing space to rise in the spring. We're going to light that today. I'm going to cleanse with some beautiful sage, and we're going to set this beautiful space. I'm very excited. So beautiful and amazing. Lord, Lady God, Source Creator, please be with us today as we set the sacred space, as we hold the sacred bridge, as we open the doors to the sacred bridge, that the rainbow lights have opened. We call the angels and guardians of the east and the air and the rising sun. And beautiful grandmother hawk with her cleansing energy, with her light, with her direction, with her eyes to see from a higher perspective, to help us see beyond our human emotions, to help us see beyond our human illusions, to help us see with the clarity of grace and the clarity of love. We ask her to join our space today. Thank you, Grandmother Hawk and the energies of the east. Deep bow. And moving to the south, angels and guardians of the south and fire, please join us today in the great phoenix to ignite our passion, to ignite our growth, to ignite our transformation, to be the flames as it walks through us, as it walks within us, as it rises through us into our highest and best good, into our clear channel, into our clear words, into our empowerment. We thank you today, beautiful clean phoenix and the energies of the south. And moving to the east, thank you, energies of the east. We ask for you to join the sacred space and bring with you the medicine of Grandmother Turtle, the ancient knowledge that rides upon her shell, the ancient knowledge Oh, with the water and the emotion and the flow of peace, the flow of light, the flow of love and laughter, and the flow of empowerment.
Welcome,
Thank you,
Wes.
Water Journal. Thank you. And moving to the north and the earth, we ask for you to join us today in this beautiful sacred space, the white buffalo, the white stag, and the white owl, and the ancestors therein who walk with us, who walk before us, who have cleared the path for us, who are awakening within us to guide us. We ask for you to join us today in this sacred space, and we thank you.
Thank you, North.
Thank you. Energies for connecting back to the east. The circle is complete and now open. Now we're going to bring this energy down to our feet. We're going to connect to our hearts. We're going to open our vessels. We're going to open our body. We're going to connect deep to Mama Gaia. We're going to connect to her darkness at this time. This is in the northern hemisphere. We're in our darkness. We're in our space of mulching. So we're going to connect our roots to the earth as we release, as we mulch in the darkness of Mama Gaia, as we mulch in the seeds of divinity in her earth, as we connect to new seeds. We connect deep to Mama Gaia through our ankles, through our feet. We stretch out our feet. Our vessels and our feet are more vessels in our feet than in our whole body. And when we open them and ground them and connect deep to Mama Gaia, it opens our whole body, our whole energy, our chakra system. We take 3 deep breaths and we release that into Mama Gaia. We get good and centered in the vastness of our body and the density of our body. In with love. And now with gratitude, 1 deep, deep breath to clear our energy, clear our field, in with love. And then hold it at the top and releasing this through our body, releasing this through our bones, releasing this through our energy. 1 more deep breath in with love. We hold it at the top and we clear our energy. We stretch and we move into our embodiment. We stretch and move into our body and we ground it deep into the darkness of Mama Earth. We're going to breathe in this space and we're going to feel. We're going to feel our dreams. We're going to feel the deepness of our body. We're going to cleanse. We're going to connect to those fears that are blocking us. As we open this space, we're going to connect to what is blocking us, what is holding us back. What are those limitations? Is it sickness? Is it stiffness? Is it fear of being seen? Is it fear of failure? The fear of success? Is it mindset or belief system? Whatever that is for you, I ask you to bring it forward as we're grounded deep to Mama Gaia, as we're connecting to our darkness. Because our darkness is where our power is. And we're bringing this in. We're letting it be seen. We're letting it be known. We're holding space for it. Holding love for it. We're going to release that with our breath. We're going to let it be known throughout this summit. We'll be breaking these chains of refinement throughout this process. We're just holding them in our body and releasing that through our feet, through our energy. Take a couple deep breaths. Feeling how that has opened our channel, feeling how that has opened our energy, feeling how that has brought us freedom. Breathing into that freedom, breathing into that new energy, breathing into that expansiveness. And ask ourselves, what is it we're calling in? I'm going to grab my other crystal here. bringing this energy into our bodies, bringing in peace, bringing in calmness to our nervous system. And we're going to call forward our purpose. We're going to call forward our passion. We're going to call forward those dreams that we have been yearning to create, yearning to have here in this beautiful Mama Earth. We're going to breathe in our body a few times and just breathe and relax. And it's love. Know that our body is open, clearing and opening the chakra system, connecting to the energies of the heavens, connecting to the quantum grid, connecting to the highest timeline, seeing those visions, seeing those dreams, seeing freedom, not just of us, but for our planet, for the children, for those suffering, for those struggling in addiction or loss or poverty. We're clearing the space for all. So we're seeing that freedom for all. We're holding that space for the highest visions of all, and we're bringing that energy down through our bodies. We're bringing it into this quantum space. We're anchoring it into Mama Gaia. So connecting to the highest. And holding that space as we anchor this throughout the week, as we bring this forward, as we bring this in, as we clear this space. Bringing it down our third eye, into our throat, into our heart, opening this throat, opening this heart. Maybe some movement if it's feeling stuck anywhere, movement, allowing your body to move with the energy, allowing your body to move with this grace. We bring it down into our solar plexus, bringing it through our body now. Into our womb, through our hips, a little movement and stretching as we send this energy down to Mama Gaia, for we are the bridges, we are the anchors, we are the light. Holding those visions, anchoring them in, seeing them connect, seeing those dreams come forward, seeing those visions, seeing the healing of Mama Gaia, seeing the freedom of our children, seeing the freedom from addiction, seeing the freedom from poverty. Everybody has beautiful homes and full bellies and wealth, health, and abundance flowing through them. Seeing these things flow through our body and anchor into Mama Gaia as we wiggle our feet, we wiggle our ankles, and we reach down and deep into her darkness. We anchor these in. And we ask for the pillars of light to join us today and hold the sacred space, hold the sacred vortex and vessels. Opening and anchoring throughout these days ahead. Maybe Jasmine, is there anything you would like to add? Is it clearing energy over there? Yes.
Blessed, 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 blessed be, bless the sacred life. To anchor in and seal in this beautiful opening prayer, I'm guided to pull a card for us from the Dreamweavers Oracle to kick off our day. Each day we'll get a new card. So let's see what the Dreamweavers have to say for us today. I love this. Number 10, all the diamonds in the sky. That's all us. OMG, I love this message. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so what does the book have to say? Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make this fun. Okay. The essential meaning of this card is limitless potential and possibilities unique to you, moving out of limiting beliefs, reaching for the stars and trusting you will reach them. I'm going to set this on the table here for us. And at the end of our day, I'm going to read the oracle message. So that way you can just receive those intuitive messages from your highest self as we go through the day and with those key words.
Oh, how fitting. When I was tuning into this energy vortex before we opened, I saw golden snakes and diamonds, the diamond grids, the diamond lines, the diamond energy, just very beautiful.
Yes, yes. In fact, I had a very powerful ceremony a few days ago, and there was a point in there where I was deeply sitting, doing some breath work with my beloved who was in ceremony with me, and I saw the golden serpents swirling, and the diamond gates opening into the council of the heavens. So this energy has been very, very strong in the quantum over the last few days, and continues to be reaffirmed that it is very present and very alive and very much here if we so choose to accept to receive this. Because yes, fate is what is, and destiny is what we choose to make of it. This is the gift of our free will. We have all this power, we have all this possibility, but until we choose and say, fuck yeah, I'm gonna do this and take aligned action, then it's just sitting there.
Then it is.
So in the frequency of stepping deeper into this container, are we ready to kick off our day one and have our beautiful speakers, aka me and Lady Anika, speak? Are we ready?
Oh, so ready, so ready.
Well, we're gonna make you wait just a little longer, but we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break and do a little movement, right? We just had this big opening ceremony. So today I'm going to, throughout this week, share with you different movement practices to activate the different bodies. And today we're going to be activating the physical body. And we can activate the physical body. We always start with breath. And then we're going to wiggle. We're just going to wiggle. We're going to just do the wiggles. We're going to activate the wiggles, wiggle the neck, wiggle the tongue, blah, 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 wiggle the ears, wiggle the arms. We're just going to wiggle it around. So we're going to take a couple of breaths. And then as the song plays, I invite you to activate all those wiggles. If you want to lay on the carpet and do the worm, more power to you. We're just going to wiggle, wiggle, because we want to wake up the physical body to receive what we are calling in today. All right. So big deep breaths. Inhale through the nose. Breathe in, take in as much oxygen, stretch it out, open, expand, and a big loud let it all go. Invite you to slowly stand and give yourself a little stretch as you're wiggling and swaying. Inhale, soften, deepen even more. And exhale. We're just wiggling, wiggling. And now I'm going to play the song. So tune into the song, tune into the body, let yourself wiggle and receive.
I can hear it. I can taste it. I can feel it. I don't yet see it. I know that it's coming. It's already here. My work is to tune myself crystal clear and receive all that is lying before me. I receive. I know that the universe loves me, and that there is nothing I need to prove. It's safe to be me. It's my birthright to feel this happy and free. I am choosing my vibration. I am a master creator, and I know it's coming. It's already here. My work is to do it myself.
Yeah, we're feeling silly. How long? Oh my goodness. It's like, wow, okay, maybe I need to just wiggle one leg. Can I stretch?
I'll try that. Oh, I feel like Thumper. Hey, wiggle, wiggle,
Wiggle my body.
It's my birthright to feel this happy and free.
We deserve to feel happy and free.
I create
Oh, movement is freedom, my darlings. Move because your ancestors were not able to move. Move for all those children that cannot move.
My dreams are resting, and I
And then slowing down your movement, slowing down the wiggle.
all that is
Allow
like
yourself to just gently sway and receive. Receive that breath.
and I know that
Long, soft inhale, open, soften and expand.
it's safe to
And exhale.
It's my birthright to feel this happy and free. Oh, I see.
Allow yourself to receive that gift of breath. Inhale and exhale. Beautiful. One more. Coming back into the body fully. Give yourself a little hug to ground it all in. And when you're ready, bringing your movement to a soft standing, stillness, back into your seat. Now we're ready to talkie walkies.
Beautiful. Thank you, beautiful, Lady Jasmine. So why do we do that? What is the highlight of that practice?
Why? Why are we wiggling? Because we
Yes,
like
yeah,
to
with
have fun. Because life is not meant to be so serious all the time. Even though there's serious stuff that we are talking about, it is so important to move the body, to have fun. And movement also helps just like shake things up, right? So if you're feeling resistance, we're in day one, we're in that baby stage, okay? What do we babies like to do? They flop around. They just wiggle all over the place. So we are wiggling today. We're going to do this 2 more times, and it's going to help us just like settle into ourselves. It's going to help clear the energy so that we can receive even more. And it's going to just make us smile. If you're not smiling when you're wiggling, I don't know what to do with you. I got to shake you. Come on. Aren't you having fun? Damn it. Let's go. Okay. Right. How are we feeling now?
I feel stretched and ready and beautiful. And calm and centered and present in my body. In this beautiful moment. In this beautiful Mama Gaia.
Thank you.
Beautiful Lady Jasmine. So grateful. So glad that you're here. So glad that you've joined in this beautiful adventure. Okay. So we're going to share a little bit about us. We're going to share part of our vision, part of our story. We're going to share what we are bringing to the table here in this beautiful day for this beautiful collective. And then we have some beautiful speakers coming in. I'm super excited to welcome them into our space. They will be here shortly.
And while Lady Anika presents and shares her beautiful light, I am going to bow out and give her the stage.
Thank you, beautiful sister. So grateful, so grateful. So first, I just want to share a little bit about me. I'm an energy master, shamanic practitioner, certified life coach. I have been doing tarot and different spiritual practices for about a little over 20 years. But within the last 10 years, I've taken a deep dive into what I call the shadow dancers, what I call immersing into my truth, into the authenticity, and into the truth of who we truly are as sovereign beings, in our light, in our empowerment, in our darkness, and our light, and bringing them into a dance, into a movement, and not running from our shadow through the trauma healing process, but integrating that and bringing that into a movement, bringing that into a practice, and bringing that into our daily lives. A big part of my practice is sharing this with others and walking with them and helping them through the trauma healing journey. I work a lot with neurodivergence, anxiety, ADHD, and those that are healing from past trauma, those that have experienced things in their life that they are seeking help to work through. And a big part of that practice is the shadow dancers, is that space within us that we have been running from and hiding from for a very long time. And just a gentle reminder and a safe place to uncover those shadows and to find the gifts that are interlaid in them. When it comes to the neurodivergence, I've been a deep dive into epigenetics, into the ancestors, into our DNA, into our star DNA, and into our star systems in our human body. And I've come to learn that with the neurodivergence, they're so intertwined with past trauma, especially in the childhood, the gestation of our brain. I just co-authored a beautiful book about this with the ADHD superpowers, and yet another one with healing through domestic abuse and healing through past experiences. And I was able to share how our epigenetics and our DNA carries these things from generation to generation. And it's inlaid in our body. It's inlaid in our system. It's inlaid in our chakra system. And we literally call in habits. We call in habits. We call in experiences, and sometimes traumatic experience. We call in repeat patterns. And a lot of this is very unknowing. A lot of it is subconsciously. So it's not something that we consciously see. It's not something that we understand. So my clients come to me with this: why does this keep happening? Why can I not make more money? Why can I not experience deep union or love? Why do I struggle with connections with my family or my children? It's such a wide range. And all of them have neurodivergence. And we've learned to intertwine this neurodivergent journey with connecting it to our superpowers through the shadow dancers, through the spaces within us, where we get to interweave with our shadows and find out what the magic is in that space. When it comes to neurodivergence, there's a medicine, there's a reason, there's a passion, there is a reason that we came here on this planet with high frequency, high energy, autism, ADHD, all of these different things. There's a reason that we have these. There's a reason that we do these. This is the reason why our brain is different. And in my practice, we get to share these and uncover these and connect them to our passion, connect them to empowerment, and connect them to our superpowers, right? We get to find out why we have them in the first place. Anxiety isn't just something we hide from and run from. Anxiety is an energy that we can use. There's a reason that we feel that way. And when we tune into this magic, when we tune into this healing process, when we use it as a superpower, we get to see its medicine, which is super beautiful. Anxiety can be the window of where energy and spirit meet. It can also be the energy of where our energy and our inner child meet. And a lot of times, especially with anxiety, that is when our triggers come up, those things from the past come up, and then we're having those repeat cycles. So our energy is telling us long before the repeat pattern happens, which is absolutely magical. But a lot of times we're just looking at it as anxiety. Help me with this anxiety. I have too much anxiety, or my ADHD is so out of control, I can't focus and I feel like a failure. I feel unworthy of my dreams. I hear these things a lot. But we learn to tap into the energy of things. We learn to tap into the energy of things and see why they're truly there. And if it's just the neurodivergence, I shouldn't say just the neurodivergence, if it's part of the neurodivergence journey, or if it's epigenetics, this is something that we've carried on from generation to generation because there's a superpower inlined in that. And we uncover this through this beautiful practice. We uncover this through a lot of the healing work that I do. And it's very, very beautiful. Bringing it back to anxiety, anxiety is our first messenger of what is happening around us and within us. And a lot of times that's the trigger to the ADHD or the autism, right? We have those moments of like the over expansiveness or overwhelm and overflow, right? Those moments where it starts with anxiety, but now I'm overstimulated and my clothes don't fit right, right? Or the appointments didn't work, or I'm terrified, I don't want to call the doctor, or I don't want to make appointments, or I don't want to ask for a raise, or I don't want to ask for that relationship or that person's number because the anxiousness is so high. And then we go into a space of hiding our flight, fight, or freeze. Like this all ties to our nervous system. This all ties to our energy, our epigenetics, and the superpowers within us. So this is a big part of my practice. I kind of got off on a tangent there a little bit, but that's okay because we're going to talk about this throughout this whole week, and it's beautiful and how it inlays, and it's a little different for all of us, but it all stems back to the same roots. And that's a big part of my practice, is getting to the roots of things, getting to the anchoring part of things. When it comes to our chakra system, like our chakra system has the ability to create mass amounts of things, energy, frequencies, jobs, creations, money. But when we're in these repeat cycles, that's what we're creating is repeat cycles. So we uncover those beautiful things throughout this beautiful practice and a lot of my coursework, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And a big part of my vision, like I'm here to help people ignite their passion, their energy, their authenticity, to find freedom from the diagnosis of neurodivergence, to find freedom from the anxiety, and not just find freedom, but create that freedom to why is it there in the first place, and unleash their superpowers, unleash their magic, unleash their gifts, unleash the psychic gifts, the spiritual gifts, the energetic gifts that we all have. We all came in this earth with gifts. We are star beings in human form. And a big part of my practice is to help people uncover that. Right? It's to help people uncover that, to step into their power and to bring that however they see fit. When we are awakened, when we are in our power, when we are in our sovereignty, we are changing the world just by living, just by breathing, just by giving love, just by sharing our essence with these beautiful flowers, because it ignites us. It changes the frequency around us. It changes the frequency of the world, the planet, the people, everything. It's absolutely amazing. I want to bring it back to just a little bit of my own journey. I've been going through a deep energy learning energy on such a deep level. And a while, like a couple weeks ago, I was having some problems with my headlights. Now my energy is expansive, but it surprises me how expansive it is. And we were in Hibbing, you don't know where that is, but we were in our local neighborhood and it was dark out and my headlights weren't working. Okay. I surrendered to the space and I had my girlfriend come get us to bring us home. It was super cold out that day. She had just got her headlights fixed. I'm not even kidding you. She gave us a ride home. It was beautiful. It was awesome. As soon as we got out of the truck, her headlights stopped working. I'm like, well, that is awful strange. I'm like, maybe it's just something in her wiring. This super strange, right? Well, she left. And then the next day I went to my dad's house to go help him with some of the cold weather stuff that we have in our local area. And he had a headlight out. I'm like, I cannot believe just coming into my vortex brought that headlight out. And when it comes to us on this beautiful journey, I want to help us step into that power so we can create things out of that energy, not just have this cycle of broken headlights or tires or no money or relationships or abuse or addiction. No, instead, learning how to use that energy for empowerment, for growth and creation. And that's a big part of my vision, is to help us really, really anchor that in, to connect to we are energetic creators here in this earth. We are God sparks in human form, and to tap into how to use that energy, how to create that change. It's super beautiful. And that's just a small part of my vision. I do a lot of work with the collective and with the energy and with the quantum, connecting to healed for children and bringing in food and organic, healthy food that isn't poisoned, and working with homelessness. Like, these are all big parts of the vision, but it all stems back down into connecting to the roots of Mama Gaia and our empowerment, our energy. It's super beautiful. Hello and welcome. I'm like, you're
Hello.
not. When we connect,
I have been sharing the link with people, and did post on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook.
beautiful. We are sharing our speeches. We're connecting to our visions, connecting to the beautiful vision of learning to empower this energy and use this energy is a big part of what I offer. And through this offer, I have a few different tiers, and it's super beautiful to be able to present this to you, as well as a couple of books that are coming out here at the end of the year. I'm super excited. I've always wanted to be a writer, right? I've always wanted to connect to my writing abilities, and now that's coming out. And to co-author is to work with other beautiful souls in this beautiful world, and to create a bigger vision, right? To bring in the healing for the children, new schools, healthy, beautiful food, like no homelessness, like working in collaboration with other beautiful souls brings parts of this vision into the anchored, into truth, into our alignment, into our embodiment. And it's very, very beautiful. So those will be coming out at the end of the year. I'm super excited about that. And then I have some beautiful offers when it comes to a membership. Now this ties in with both the tarot and the channeling work that I do. I've been a divine channel and an oracle for a very long time. And a way that I like to exercise that is doing tarot readings. And I share that in my membership. I also have a YouTube, LinkedIn, and a Facebook, and all of these things are on my link tree. We will be posting our links, and they will also be posted on the page if anybody's interested. But with the new membership that I have open, it brings bi-weekly healings and energy connections with me. You get to see me face to face. We get to talk about whatever it is that you guys have up. It's like a mini coaching session in a group setting, and we get to connect bi-weekly. I also share healings, trainings, readings, and whatever kind of sparks the interest. I do a lot of ceremonial things in my own life, and I don't want to call it witchcraft, but it's partially like that. I like to share in different forms of magic, and I share that in my membership. If anybody's interested, feel free to reach out, ask questions. I'm super excited to offer these things to the beautiful world. The second level of my beautiful offering is a coaching package. Now, this one I sell the most because it's super easy. In this coaching package, I do the healing for you, and it comes with 3 healings and 3 coaching sessions together in one package. And this is a complete breakthrough energy. This creates the most change in your energy, your vortex, your life, your cycles, the repeat patterns. Like, this is super easy, super simple, and I walk you through the whole thing. I coach you through the whole thing, and it's super beautiful. And then the third level of my offering is by far my favorite, because I get to walk with you hand in hand through the whole healing process. I don't do the work for you. I teach you how to do the work for yourself, right? And not only teach you, I walk you through every part of my practice, every part of the trauma healing practice, and every part of the neurodivergent superpower, and how to unleash those gifts. I guide you through energy practices, belief systems, mindsets, like the whole chakra attunement. And I teach you how to work with every chakra and how to anchor in that energy, how to change the energy. Like when I was talking about the headlights, we get to create with that energy as well. We get to call in manifestations. I don't like to call it manifest or manifestations anymore, because that's too much work. It's our energy. It's our God spark. It's our frequency. It's our birthright to create what we choose. And when we get out of manifestation and get into creation mode, this is a huge part of this beautiful chakra practice that I walk you through and I share with you. This course is a 14-week course, and I walk you through the whole process. We meet every week, right? The biggest part is through the like the shadow dancers journey. That's probably my favorite part. A lot of the beautiful clients that I attract have had a lot of things in their energy, a lot of past experiences that are keeping them stuck, keeping them from making money, keeping them from having the deeper relationships, keeping them from wealthy living, right? And when it comes to this shadow dancers part, I walk you through not only how to do trauma healing or how to do shadow work, but how to move the energy, how to move it out of your body, how to empower yourself with it, how to shift your mindsets around that space and turn it into an empowerment journey, not a re-traumatizing journey. And I get to walk you through the whole beautiful thing. It's absolutely beautiful. And then at the end, we get into that chakra place. The chakra thing is throughout the whole experiences, but we get to reprogram your subconscious. We get to do the shadow dancers part of it. We get to work into the energy part of it. And then we step into your purpose and empowerment. It's super exciting. I help you find your purpose. I help you get into what really ignites you, what lights your fire, what are you missing in your life, and how can we bring that in with your force of creation, right? And we do this in ways with we can do Akashic Records readings. Like I can teach you all of these tools if you so choose, how wherever you want to bring your energy. At that part of the course, we get to really anchor that in, and we get to work in that space, and it's super beautiful. This group is an open flow group, so it's good for everybody at any stage you're healing. We get to support each other, right? We co-create, we support each other, we rise each other up. And that's one of my favorite parts, because we rise together. We support each other. We support each other through this whole motion, through this whole experience. And when we do it in a group setting, which sometimes is uncomfortable, but it also brings us the empowerment to be witnessed, to be heard, to be witnessed, to have somebody with you on this journey, and not just empowerment coach that is helping you, but sisters and brothers who are working through their own sludge, their own past experiences, their own stuff, right? We get to support each other. And we also get to learn that you're not alone, right? We get to create those bonds, and we get to create connections and learn that we're not alone, right? A lot of times we came with this world with a story within us, with a message to share, with an energy to share, with a magic to share, with a passion. And I'm here to help you reconnect to that passion and release all the baggage in the way of you living in that passion, living in that authenticity, and living in that sovereignty. And that group is going for that level 3 tiered membership is going for $17.77 for the whole 4-month package, because it is the beta program. It is the launch of the new Energy Masters part of it. The course has been in its awakening. It's been in its space for a very long time, but I've added stuff to it to get to the Energy Masters part, to get to the purpose, to get to the passion, and to teach you those energy tools, right? To teach you the magic, to teach you that space, and to uncover everything that's in there. So that is a big part of this huge process. Feel free to ask any questions. I am available all week to meet with anybody and everybody. If you have any questions, doesn't matter what tier, what level you want, where it is you need the support, we are here to support, to help all of us rise. This is the timeline. This is the shift. This is the change that we're ready to make, right? And I'm here to walk you through the whole process. Reach out. Don't be shy. And really connect to our dreams. I really want to ignite our dreams throughout this experience. This whole Quantum Summit, unrelatable but completely relatable to all of the offers that I have, is breaking free from our limitations, self-imposed most of the time, and creating that breakthrough, right? Creating that breakthrough. I'm so honored and grateful to bring that forward. Again, my name is Seeds of Divinity. I'm grateful to be here. I am Lady Anika, Priestess Anika, and I am the founder of Seeds of Divinity and Shamanic Breakthrough. And we weave these beautiful webs together. And I am absolutely honored. And the last part of my level 4 is we will be doing retreats. Super excited. It is still in its gestation mode. It is still in its infancy, but it is the highest part of this vision, to bring people together in physical form and dance and create and have psychedelics and create a quantum shamanic breakthrough in that moment. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. And that is a beautiful part of my offerings. I'm super excited and honored to be here and present them to the world. Very beautiful. The books will be posted on all of my social media links, and also in my in the Quantum Masters group, where you will be able to connect with us. You will be able to meet with us. You will be able to shake our hands, energetically speaking, of course, and to ask any questions that you might have. So write them down. We will be able to chat. I will also post my calendar link, so we can get together and chat. All the consults are free. The roadmap to success is a free chat that we just get together and see what's blocking you, see where you're stuck, and see how we can get you to your goals. It's super powerful, super beautiful. And that is my beautiful share. Do you beautiful souls have any questions that are here?
No, I'm good, but I just want to say I love you and remember to breathe.
I get excited. My passion shows.
I understand, but remember to breathe, my sweetheart.
Thank you very much. Very excited.
And it's very good presentation, but When I say remember to breathe, just slow down a smidge.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
I mean, I can keep up with your flow, but when there's more than just the three of us, I don't know if everybody else can.
It'll perfect
Mm.
itself.
Exactly. But I do find it funny, like you brought up the whole like with the coaching, together we rise. My brand slogan for the last 3 years has been coaching the Phoenix, together we rise.
Beautiful.
I found that very ironic.
Mhm.
It's like,
But it's true though. We all rise together.
hmm Absolutely.
Absolutely. And we help each other rise to that beautiful space.
Mhm.
And it's
So,
an honor. And it's great. And, I'm so grateful for that.
mhm,
Phoenix has been one of my main guides for a very, very long time.
mhm.
I've walked
And
the fires of transformation for what feels like hundreds of lifetimes just in this one lifetime, shedding off those layers and ancestral
mhm,
that I've carried for lifetimes and lifetimes. This is the year for breakthroughs.
mhm,
This is the lifetime for breakthroughs. This is the lifetime to have the life that we've always wanted.
mhm.
We are
Yep.
all clearing. We are all clearing this energy. We are all
Mhm.
clearing our past life energy. We're all clearing it from our chakra system. This is part of the age of Aquarius. If you have decided to ascend, then you are going through this process, this journey. And as beautiful guides we have walked through the fire for a very long time, and it's nice to be able to guide and support those through that. And it's
And then you have the hybrid kitty Phoenix that is me.
yes, everybody, this is beautiful Crystal. She will be speaking on tomorrow. Yes, she has some beautiful stuff to share about PTSD and CPTSD and how trauma affects the body and how it affects our lives, which is a big part of what all of us do, is to create freedom for ourselves and freedom in our lives from our past, no matter what that is, from big T's to little T's. And I'm super excited to be present for their share and to bring forward as they share their medicine with us. It's very exciting, and I'm honored and grateful.
Real quick, am I gonna be? I have I I think you've listened to it, that podcast that I did with my brother-in-law, the doctor,
Yep.
about the effects. Will I be able to share any excerpts, or should I just give the link for that podcast?
You can share. You can share.
Okay.
Yep.
Because there are a couple of points in there that are truly relevant to my presentation. I just wasn't sure if I'd be able to share like excerpts from it or not.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Cool.
yeah, for sure you can. Yep, the floor will be yours.
Mhm.
I'm super excited for your presentation.
Now is Dresnine an actual person or a recording? Like
She is.
AI?
She is. She's the beautiful co-host, Lady Dresmin. Here she comes.
There we go. Hello.
Blessings. Thank you. Hi, Crystal. Wonderful to see you here. Thank you, Lady Anika, for your beautiful presentation, for your light, for your continued devotion to self, to sovereignty, to queendom, to our world. Deep bow. Do you feel complete with your share?
Since it's just the three of us, I think this evening I will probably do a short live promoting to my YouTube community. Soraya knows about my YouTube community. We're all about like holistic healing. I mean, we're called The Village. We're all about supporting each other and mental health and everything. So I think I'll do a short live promoting this evening to try and pull in some people.
Beautiful.
I already posted like basically what you sent me to post on Facebook and LinkedIn. I posted on my YouTube too.
Awesome.
So,
Beautiful.
but I wanted to jump in and support, but I actually do have a client that has been messaging me in the middle of a like massive anxiety attack. So I don't want to neglect her any longer. But
For sure.
Thank you,
I
Crystal.
will I
for
will try and jump back in if I can get her calmed down.
We will be here.
Bring her in here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, there
I
you go.
already sent her the link, but she's an older woman and isn't real sure about all this. I was like, it's Google Meet. She's like, I don't know how I do it for my phone. I was like, it's Google Meet. It's easy.
Yeah, click on it. It's so easy. Everybody, if you have Google, you have Google Meet.
Right?
Yep.
So, but I will try and convince her. But I will see you ladies later. If nothing else, I will see you tomorrow. But I will try and get back in today. Okay?
Mary met
Bye, guys.
Beautiful, beautiful. Are we? I just want to text my beautiful. All right. Do you have any beautiful things to add or any questions? Beautiful, amazing Lady Jasmine.
No, I was just gonna wait until the end after I'm done speaking, and then we can cross talk and see if any questions come in for us.
Okay, perfect.
Beautiful.
Awesome. I am going to pull. I love your bracelet.
Oh, thank you.
Like, what's on it?
The dancers,
Oh,
Aztec Mayan dancers.
beautiful.
Mhm.
Copper?
Copper, yes, definitely.
Yes.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Copper is such an incredible element, especially for grounding. If you are an air heavy elemental in the human experience, if you are having difficulties navigating anxiety and stress, copper is a wonderful element to wear with the intention of receiving that support to ground in.
Yes. One of my dream manifestations is a beautiful copper pyramid with one of the copper genetic generators on top and on the corners. It is my next tool that I will be purchasing, and I'm very, very excited.
You hear that, people? We've got investments to make, so send us your money.
Investments to become and be the highest and best that we can be.
Yes, investments.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Like, is there anything else I need to share? My air sign likes to, yes, very beautiful. Like, should I stop recording for a minute?
No, not recording. I mean, continue recording. But maybe camera off, video or sound off for the next 30 minutes while I speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, keep recording. Since only you have the power to record.
Well, I would turn it back on when you were ready to speak for sure.
Will it stop recording if you mute or video off? I don't think so. Shouldn't.
Okay, beautiful souls. I'm going to hand over the reins to beautiful Lady Jasmine, and she gets to share her beautiful medicine and what she does and how she is service to the world. And I'm just so honored and just so excited to have you here and to share your beautiful medicine with the world. To watch you rise and to watch you shine has been a very, very beautiful gift and inspiration to me, and I know many other people. So I'm just so grateful for all that you do, not just for yourself, but for everybody in your vortex. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of your life. With that, I will hand it over.
Whew, put me in the hot seat now. Thank you, Queen. Oh, I am Lady Jasmine, Some of you might know me as Aleph Jasmine in my books. That is my full name. I am Aleph in sister circles and in my smaller circles. You may call me Jasmine. That works too. Or Lady, Lady D, you know, Sacred Sovereign, Beautiful Woman. All of those work well for me. Where do I want to begin? So that is my name, but who am I? I am here in this human experience to anchor this timeline of restoring the sacred in our world, of resurrecting the wisdoms that already live within us. I'm here to create spaces that allow you to fully tap into your power, to remember who you are. You are so divine and you are so important. And one of my greatest passions in life is to witness your unfolding in the most gracious way. We have experienced so much trauma through so many timelines. Heck, being born is a traumatic event. We are going through a separation from source. We are going through this intense initiation from the darkness of the void womb space into the very bright, very loud world. And in the current construct of today's world, there isn't a lot of structures, shall we say, that allow for the gracious embodiment and full unfolding of a sovereign. And so my vision, my mission, my passion, right? Okay, let's talk about those three things. So I am an author, I'm an alchemist, and I am an artist. Some of my favorite forms and ways to create are through writing. I do a lot of writing. I write poetry, I write songs, I create empowerment guides. I've published several books. One of them is an international bestseller. The other one was a national bestseller, both on day one for several days holding. And it is an honor to write and to be a scribe for the higher wisdoms that pour through me. I also am a space tender, a ceremony holder. So I hold and create sacred spaces within which I have different intentions. Tonight, later today, I'm hosting monthly Women's Temple. I have been holding and creating Women's Temple spaces for a little over 2 years now. I also host sound circles, plant ally journeys, and other small select circles as I am divinely led to. I wrote all these notes about things I'm going to talk about, and now that I'm here, I'm like, where's my mind? The moon is in a water sign today, so I'm feeling that energy of wavy. I'm the founder of Jasmine Dreamworks. You see that on the title here. Jasmine Dreamworks is an eco-centric foundation devoted to bridging science, spirit, and love. Now, my background before I came into this world of spirituality is pre-med. I was in school. I wanted to be a surgeon, a neurosurgeon, or a cardiosurgeon. So like the human heart and the human brain are topics that are very close and near and dear to me. I got my certifications in psychology and sociology. I'm also a full spectrum doula, meaning I have supported with live births. I have held space for death and transition and in between spaces. And so my background is pre-med, and I was very certain that this was the direction my life was going. My blood lineage in this timeline is Indian. My father was from India, and Hispanic. My mother's from Mexico. And in the culture of India, the way that the children are brought up is you get to choose one of three pathways that your education goes into. One is medicine, one is law, and the other one is engineering. And I chose medicine. So from the age of 6, I was already being prepared for medical school and for that path of service through science. And then at the age of 24, I received a diagnosis around my hands. They didn't really know what was going on. All they said was, well, in about 6 years or so, by the time you hit 30, you're not really going to be able to use them. So you should probably reconsider, your plans for becoming a doctor or surgeon. And in that moment, I felt like my world ended, because for almost 20 years, I'd been preparing to go into med school. And I was like a year and a half away from going into my master's studies. And that was a big turning point for me, where I realized, like, okay, it's not enough to just take care of the physical body. I used to be very active in the gym, and for the most part, took really good care of myself. And even with all of that, there was still something going on. And so I decided to really focus my time and energy on nutritional wellness. And I spent 2 years, and I got my certification in nutritional wellness, with a focus on Ayurvedic medicine. And I was eating really healthy, and it seemed like my hands were doing fine. So I was like, great, I'm doing everything I'm meant to do. And then in my mid-20s, my father passed away. And when he died, that really cracked me open. It cracked my heart open. And that's when I started to really deepen in my own soul work. I am a survivor of complex trauma and abuse. And for those of you who have picked up copies of my book, you already know the story. If you've been following me for a while, I've shared podcasts on it, so I'm not going to go into it. Suffice it to say, I had been doing some therapy work. But when my father passed, I needed to go deeper. And that's when I stumbled upon EMDR. And even though I was a psychology major, I didn't know about EMDR until that moment. I was like, what is this? And what EMDR does is, it is a type of healing modality that helps bypass the experience and targets the root of the emotion. So it's especially helpful for people who have gone through complex trauma, because we don't get to relive the trauma. We just get to clear the energy that's in there, because that is what emotion is. It's energy in motion, but sometimes that emotion gets stuck, that energy gets stuck, and that's what then creates imbalance in the body. And then that imbalance creates symptoms such as depression, disease, and so on and so forth. And this therapist invited me to look at art as a way to just process. And that ended up igniting a 10-year career as an artist, which ended last year. And through this time of creating with art, it really started to activate a part of me that was not as linear, not as myopic, not as closed-minded as the scientific world. And then I stumbled upon Hermanessa Siddhartha. And within this book, I discovered two things. One, you can be rich and enlightened. I was like, wait a minute, I can have money and I can also be a woman of faith and power. Sign me up for that. Like, I want to make a lot of money so I can help the world. Like, yeah, money's good. It's a tool, it's a resource, and it's awesome to have. But the power that money can bring, in the ability to do so much more, especially in the construct of the world now that is heavily governed by this perception of money, and still remaining a woman of faith. That's what got me really interested in Buddhism. And then I went a little deeper. I was like, oh, this meditation sounds really interesting. I wonder what can be tapped into with that. And so I started meditating every day. And the way I started was 60 seconds at the same time every day. I would get up 5 minutes earlier than I normally do. And I just sat there for a couple minutes. 60 seconds was so short for me. So like, I found my happy medium at like 3 minutes. So I set my timer for 5, and I would just sit there and just observe, right? Just meditation is a practice of observing self. And the way that I always like to explain meditation is, imagine that you're sitting on a hill looking down at a freeway. Going one direction are your thoughts, going the other direction are your emotions. And the practice of meditation is to really become that silent observer of what's happening inside. And then you can choose to go on a ride on a certain thought or on a certain emotion. And from that vantage point, you can then observe if the thoughts and emotions are on their aligned pathways, or that there's crossover, there's congestion, there's traffic, there's accidents, there's broken roads, so on and so forth. And so I started to really initiate this practice into my life. And fast forward into that, I then stumbled upon this documentary on Netflix, The God Molecule, which is how I learned about DMT. I was like, whoa, okay, first of all, this psychedelic substance already exists within our pineal, but that sounds super fucking scary. I mean, I was raised very indoctrinated Christian, and then I was preparing for a very scientific life. So anything outside of the Bible and outside of proven science was absolutely fucking terrifying for me. Like, hell no, keep me in my safe little bubble. Yet because of meditation and because of the creative flow that I had been tapped into for a few years, there was curiosity that was within me. And so I prepared for almost a year before my first DMT ceremony, and I sat with DMT for the first time to welcome my 28th year. And it showed me where I still needed to do work, primarily around my willpower, around my suppressed rage, around emotions that I had thought I had processed through 8 years of therapy. And around that time, I also stumbled upon this woman who became my shaman teacher for many years. And I went through the Native American church, did the 13 moon cycle studies, and then ended up spending 5 years in very intensive training with many different elders, Native American elders, and also teachers from South America and from India. And so my scientific world now started changing, and I was exited out of my medical field 2.5 years into my shaman training. And that allowed me to go into my Vision Quest months for 3 months, and then a couple more years in elder training and then integration. And so now my work is an infusion of my scientific background and my spiritual reawakening within me. And what cohesifies that is my embodiment as a woman. I am a student of Shamli Arda, who founded the Awakening Woman Institute. I have been a student of her teachings since 2018. I have sat with many beautiful women leaders, but she remains one of my constant guides. And through her teachings and my own work, I really started to tap into my wisdoms as a woman. And that is what I really strive to cultivate now in my everyday life. How do we operate? How do we live our lives in alignment with the natural seasons and cycles of life? And we are lunar beings, whether we are woman or man. You know, we are definitely very influenced by the moon. Our earth is 80% water. Our bodies are 80% water. The moon affects the water. And so becoming more aware of ourselves, paying attention to the alignments, right? Astrology and the stars do not dictate our lives, and yet we are influenced by them. And starting to pay attention to that is how I have slowly come into this integrated self, where I'm connected with the reality and the tangible and what's seen and proven. I am connected and integrated with my faith, with the divine, with the unseen world, and I am rooted in my feminine wisdoms. Now, that's a little bit of my background, right? And my little bit of my journey, condensed as much as I can condense it in this short time. I am working on my next solo book right now, which talks about my 8-year journey from being a sleeper, shall we say, and being in that world of very disconnected from my body, from my heart, from my mind, just like going through the motions, you know, job, partner, car, pets, plants, you know, what I perceived was the way to live, to this way that I live now, which is very authentic, which is soul aligned, which is so expansive and continues to delight and surprise and humble me every day. And so how do I show up in service to you? Right? Now we've talked about me, let's talk about you. How do I show up in service to you? So I am the founder of Jasmine Dreamworks, as I mentioned before, and it is the overall container that has the vision of bridging science, spirit, and love. And from this container are many different limbs. And one of the limbs is the Soul Salon, which I just opened about 2 months ago tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow is going to be the 2-month anniversary of my baby. And this is my private practice where I do one-on-one sessions, I do group mentorships, and I hold sacred circles. This is also a community wellness center. So other teachers, healers, musicians, and practitioners are also here offering their services, teaching little classes, having little workshops, co-creating circles with me. So if you are in the Eugene, Oregon area, or if you are visiting, I invite you to come and visit me. There is a public calendar of events that I will be sharing in the Quantum Masters group. And if you are in the VIP, one of the gifts of that VIP upgrade is a 3-month membership to the Soul Salon, which includes some of the regular classes and then 10% off the special events that I have. So I have the Soul Salon here, and it has been a 6-year vision that has come to life. And I'm super blessed to steward this space. Now, my private practice and my offerings, well, my very first mission is to Mother Earth. My life, everything I do, the way I live my life, what I allow in my home, what I engage with in my relationships, it's all with the mindset of how is this supporting the restoration and the beautification of our Mother Earth, because without the earth, this is our home. It's so important that we take care of our earth. Now, my work is also in the quantum. So in simple terms, I am a master electrician for the grid lines of the earth. That is my mastery. I am an energy master. I work deeply in the quantum. I work deeply in the dreaming. And I'm a temple tender. So I create altars in various spaces within my home and within the community. I tend altar once a month for one of the ecstatic dances that happens regularly here in Eugene. And I'm also invited to tend altar in different spaces throughout the year. In my sessions, I work primarily with sovereigns who are ready to feel safe in their power, to integrate their past lives, their wisdoms, who are ready to break the cycles of self-abuse and neglect. Because of my background with my own personal traumas and restoration from that, I specialize with beings who have gone through complex sexual trauma, complex sexual trauma that is also infected with indoctrination and dogma. And these are very tender sessions, right? Like I hold space for a lot of grief. I'm a grief tender as well with the death doula work that I do. And recently this year, I've been going through this massive evolution of how I show up in service, because I just ended my artist career last year, and I had taken a 3-year break to process death in my family with the passing of my brother's son a few years ago. And so I've been in this resurrection myself. And so coming here in this summit and being a speaker is also like a little bit of a rebirth. And I find it funny that Lady Anika kept calling me baby at our opening circle, because it does feel like I'm a baby again in how I'm offering my services to the world. There's still some things that I offer from my past, from before 4 years ago, and there's definitely an evolution of how I offer my work. I do a range of things from tarot readings and oracle readings to chakra balancing and cleansing to psychic cord cutting and trauma decluttering. And I also dive deeper into the nervous system to repair the fractures. Again, like a master electrician, rewiring the nerves, calling in the angels. I work with Ascended Master Yeshua and Mother Mary. I work with several of the Egyptian gods and goddesses, such as Lady Mother Isis, Anubis, Sobek, and Lady Sekhmet. And I also work with other guides and elementals as they honor me. When I write, I channel Archangel Metatron, and I'm blessed to be anointed by his grace, by their grace. They're really non-binary beings, to bring teachings and wisdoms into the world. Currently, my offerings, I have limited availability one-on-one sessions. They're my alignment sessions. And within that session, every session, honestly, that I offer is curated for you. So whether you're at a beginner and you're just starting to awaken and you're curious and you're just like wanting to find routines and habits to just integrate your overall wellness and start including spirituality, to the deep divers who've been doing the work for a while and just need that extra boost, I am here to provide a range of support for your ascension. And ascension for me is the integration of your highest timeline in the 3D body. Now, outside of limited availability sessions, because I hold so many circles, because I am in leadership within the community in different areas, I'm offering mentorship. And the way I offer mentorships is it's in 3-month intervals. So every 3 months we have a check-in and say, do we want to continue for another 3 months? And my mentorships are specific for embodied leadership, whether that's for yourself and or eventually for your community. And priestess pathways. How do you walk the path of the medicine woman, the shaman, the priestess, whatever role and title you feel called to? I am here to help you really integrate that and witness you and give you tools to cultivate discipline, because the way of the leader, the way of the warrior for truth and light demands discipline and devotion, and it's not a path for the faint of heart. And so I do have a space available here in the Soul Salon for small visits and stays, for deep dive journeys. I also do plant medicine journeys, so I offer the space, 3 to 7 days, depending on the kind of plant medicine journey that we're working with. I work with a range from hape, cannabis, mushrooms, and DMT, and those are what I have been blessed to serve in this current now, but I do work personally with many other plants, medicines. Let's see, what else do I want to say? I have also written several books, and those books are all available in my online market. I have online courses that help you break through the fear and learn how to turn your emotions into allies. And one of the special things that I do that I have not seen anyone else do is I offer dreaming support. So when you work with me, if you get an alignment session, for the first 24 to 72 hours, I keep an eye on you energetically in your dream space like a guardian, so that your subconscious can integrate everything that's happening and just kind of protect you like a mother bird, and then step away. But if you're in mentorship with me in longer periods of time, then I'm with you the entire time. For mentorships, I also offer offline support 6 days a week, and my offerings can be very intensive. And again, it really depends on where you are in your journey. Are you just you just need a little gentle hand, or you just need a firm rock to lean on? Let's see, is there anything else that I wish to share? Yes, the last thing I will share about my offerings is currently, because I am returning and because the Soul Salon just opened now until the end of February, my offerings are available on a sliding scale. And I also have new client and returning client specials. So I'm going to post all of the details for that in the Quantum Masters Cosmic Journey Facebook page, as well as the link on how to schedule your session with me if my presence and how I work is in alignment and interests you. The last thing I'll share about me and my journey is I came into this world to be a cycle breaker. And part of the quantum journey is about breaking multi-dimensional, multi-generational cycles of trauma, of abuse, of neglect. And I know from my personal experience that that journey can sometimes feel very lonely, and it is absolutely exhausting. And yet you are never alone. And my hope with my presence in this world, now that I have done my own work and I'm able to show up as an integrated embodied leader within myself and as that example and witness for you, is to be here for you so you don't go through that journey alone. There's definitely aspects of the journey where we have to sit with that discomfort alone, and that's just part of the growth. But I am seeing more and more this new now Earth timeline where the work is being done in solidarity, with love, with grace. And my invitation for you, as you go through your own journey of breaking cycles and anchoring your own legacy rooted in ease, rooted in grace, my reminder to you is to really take time every single day to appreciate how far you've come. And wherever you are in the journey is okay. There's no comparison here. There's only co-creation and collaboration. My hope is to be an inspiration and a reminder that no matter what you have gone through in your life, you absolutely 100% can tap into your highest timeline and create the life that you desire, whether it's as an artist, an author, a healer, a musician, a mother, a father, a friend. However, whatever your highest purpose, your greatest joy is, be gentle with yourself through that unfolding. As beautiful Crystal was sharing at the end of Lady Anika's share, breathe. The number one practice that I share with all my clients and that I will share with you to close my time and my hot seat here is, if the number one practice that you cultivate in this life is learning how to breathe, truly breathe, really taking in that breath, holding it, noticing how it expands you, giving that carbon dioxide back to the trees. If that's the only practice that you cultivate in this timeline, that's amazing, because breath is everything. Breath is what carries us from this here now into the next now, into the next now, in the eternal now. So remember, beloved one, that you exactly where you are is divinely perfect. All of your choices and experiences have brought you to this moment here today, and breath has guided you here, and breath will continue to lead you, me, and all of us forward. Thank you so much for being here, for listening to me speak and letting me share about my life, my vision, my mission, my purpose, my passion. And now we are back with Lady Anika to do a little crosstalk and see what comes through.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It was a beautiful share. It's beautiful to see how you share your magic with the world. And I will say that the light in the corner has enhanced since you, from the beginning up until the end now, is very bright with the rainbows on the side. I really, really like that. As you opened, it opened, Yes. It's beautiful. So I have a question for you. What is one of your, or what is your number one most passionate practice that you share with your clients? And what is the transformation that they experience?
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Since we use the word passion, the most passionate the most passionate practice that I share is stop and BDSM. And that immediately catches their attention. Wait, what? Do we know what you're saying? Are you telling me to BDSM right here in the grocery store? That's right, darling. Now, before you get your panties in a twist, or you still could, let me explain what that is. So I do a lot of work with wordplay. I break down language. I disseminate it. You might have noticed I use different words when I speak. So STOP is an acronym, as is BDSM. So STOP is an acronym for STOP. Stop, slow down. T, take a breath or several breaths. O, observe self. And P, proceed from calm and centered heart. Now, how do we get to the calm and centered heart if the mind is all anxious and everything inside is freaking out and you're like 2 seconds away from an autistic meltdown? What do? Well, that's when we tap into BDSM. BDSM is an acronym for B is breath. Okay, we always start with that breath. Inhale and exhale. And then D is deepening, dropping deeper with that breath, doing a couple of breaths. Really dropping into the heart. Okay, thank you, mind. You're a tool. Yes, you've got going on a lot. I appreciate you. All right, traffic, kids, pets, fuckers, just dropping back into the heart. And then we bring in S for sound. We make some sound and just like awaken the body. And then we bring M, movement. Okay, we're going to bring movement into that. And that practice of the BDSM engages the mind, heart, body, and energy. And when I invite them into that practice, first of all, we break the ice, right? We break that tension of like, ooh, BDSM, what is this? So it invites laughter, right? It's like, it highlights the discomfort, but then it breaks the tension. So there's like this simultaneous realignment that's happening just in the conversation. And then when I invite them to do the practice, I can see them and I hear back from them like, wow, okay, yeah, I can feel that. And it leaves them with this lighter way of engaging life, and that can then bring back that sense of curiosity for life again and start to get the mental wheels rolling of like, maybe there is a different way to look at BDSM. Maybe there's a different way to look at integration. Maybe there is a different way to look at embodiment that doesn't look like, sitting on a mountain for 4 hours a day, because sometimes people think that in order to ascend or to become enlightened, you need to go to a mountain and just like disconnect from life. But the true practice happens when there's chaos going on. That's when you really tap into your mastery, right? And so especially in those moments when somebody's freaking out, I'm like, all right, we're going to stop right here. We're going to do some BDSM and be like, wait, what? And it just like immediately cuts the tension. And I can see them lightening, and then they just express gratitude for like those simple ways. And stop signs are everywhere, so it's like one of those like repatterning things that can be like, oh yeah, I see a stop sign, and then that makes you think of the practice, that makes you think of BDSM, and then you're chuckling and you're in your car and people are like, what the heck? But you have a good old time, right? Because you're just in your body, and then you're able to navigate whatever is going on outside you or in the mind from a place of ease and joy.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. Thank you for sharing. I love your excitement as you were sharing that. It's very beautiful.
And now I'm going to ask you the same question. What is one practice that you're so passionate about that creates immediate change within your clients and students?
My nervous system reset meditations. When we open space in our sacred portal, and when we meet once a week during the beautiful coursework that we do, we always open with sacred space with that meditation and bringing the body back into presence, bringing the energy back into presence, and really reconnecting that soul power to the body, and reconnecting the energy to the vessels, to the nervous system, to the frequency, to the toes, changes the whole dynamic of our meeting, of the group. And a lot of times, me being such a divine channel, I get to channel in what they're going through, right? The anxiety or the fear or the repeat patterns or whatever they might be excitement, whatever they might be going through, channels through in our beginning meditation. And I get to watch them open and watch them soften and watch them connect to their power and connect to their clear mind and connect to their own intuition and connect to their own embodiment. And it's beautiful to watch them kind of open like a flower in that beautiful practice. And then through the coursework in which we experience, towards the end, we get to ignite the meditations and we connect to the yoni and we connect to the earth and medicine and we bring it back up into the body. And it's nice to see them open in that practice and experience the excitement of their kundalini energy and experience the excitement of their own embodiment and their own practice. That's one of the my most passionate shares, especially after re-embodying my own practice. In my journey, I experienced trauma in my body very young. I was less than 6 months old, so I never really knew what embodiment felt like. And for the last few years, probably 7 years, I've been re-embodying myself, re-embodying my energy. Forever, I felt like an alien. And as I've been in this re-embodiment practice through these meditations and through these breath works, I get to expand. And then to share that with the beautiful souls that I get to work with is absolutely beautiful. To not just see their passion or see them unfold into a flower, but to watch them find safety in their own body. And then to watch their expression in that, their excitement in that, their moment of, wow, this is what it's like here, right? This is what it's like here. We're no longer running from our pain or anxiety. We're embodying everything. And it's just such a beautiful practice. And I'm absolutely passionate about it. I could probably go on and on about it, but it's definitely one of my favorites. It's something that I practice every day. And it's something that I love to share and I love to teach. And I like to bring that in together in a lot of my ceremonies and practices. So thank you for asking. On a tangent there with my passion shows.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You know, and sometimes that's like, there's this whole thing in today's world where it's like if somebody gets really passionate and excited about it, it's like, oh my God, there they go off again, right? And we really need to like start rewriting that way we engage with passionate energy, right? Instead of eye rolling at it, give it space, right? Or create a container where somebody can be passionate, like this container here. Now, I know we have a whole day dedicated to the nervous system. I believe that's tomorrow. But I'm curious, would you be willing to lead us in a small little meditation sample of this greater offering that you have?
Oh, sure, I'd love to. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So we always start with the breath and movement in the body. Some practices, depending on the type of what you're coming from, the trauma in your body or the pain in your body, sometimes it's remapping, depending on where we are in this journey. Remapping can be super fun. It's something that I share with my children, so I think I'm going to share it here. And we're just going to bring it into breath. We're going to breathe into our heart space because this is the vessel of embodiment. This is where the true magic happens and the true change happens. So we're just going to take 3 deep breaths in with love and out with gratitude at your own space, at your own time, no rush. Deep breath in, hold it at the top, and then a release. Just feel your chest expand in and out. And when you bring it in, feel your vessels, feel your nerves, feel your body. In, holding that a minute, feeling it expand, and releasing it when you're ready. And bringing that calmness in, bringing that peace in. You're giving your body life. In this now moment, you're feeding your body chi, the universal consciousness as you breathe it in. And with that, we're going to connect it to our roots. We're going to connect it to our womb. We're going to connect it to our hips, and we're going to breathe into our hips. This is where the change happens. This is where our embodiment in earth happens. We're breathing into the hips now. Same 3 deep breaths in. And holding it at the top. Feeling it expand. And releasing it gently when you're ready. It's a gentle nervous system practice as it opens your vessels in. Feeling it expand, the denseness of your body, the heaviness, and again, we go in and out. And this time we're going to wiggle our big toe. We're going to do some body mapping and guided to share body mapping, which is literally connecting to different parts of our body. We're going to wiggle our toes as we breathe into our big toe. I'm just feeling the little wiggle, feeling the toes move. Beautiful. We're going to move our knee. We're going to bring it to our knee and feel the knee, the vessels, the heaviness. Our knee carries our body. It carries our weight. It carries our foreverness. Between our toes and our knee, it gives us the best understanding and the connection to Mama Gaia. We're going to bring it back up to our roots, to our yoni, to our hips, to our booty, and we're going to wiggle our booty a little bit. And then again, we're going to bring it to the heart, and we're going to activate the nerves. We're going to breathe up into the heart again. And if we gently tap on our heart space, gently tap on our lungs. Bringing ourselves into embodiment. Resting the nerve, resting the vagus nerve, giving it a chance to open and activate. This is one of the resistance spaces we feel when we're doing trauma healing. And then we're going to bring it back to our toes and we're going to stretch. We're going to stretch out our toes. We're going to stretch out our fingers. We're going to stretch out our nerves like a cat on a window. We're going to stretch it out into the earth. Stretching our nerves, stretching our nervous system, reaching out into the energy of our creation, reaching and feeling it just breathing into that denseness, breathing into the earth and our toes. And then bringing it back to our body. What do you feel now? Does it feel like in your bones? What does it feel like in your cells? What does it feel like in your nerves? Do you have dense pain? Are you relaxed? Are you comfortable? Are you open? And a couple affirmations here. When I open my body to its creation, I am safe. We're breathing that in. When I open my body to its creation, we are safe. And some gentle tapping on the heart or the solar plexus. When I open my body to its creation, I am safe. And then bringing it back into the room, back into our body, back into the presence. Feeling everything open and reconnect to the sacred space. Beautiful. Well, thank you for asking, baby. Beautiful Lady Dresden. A lot of times in our practice, we call space. And a lot of times we connect to our intuition and we connect to where we're doing the trauma healing or where we are in our journey. So that is always in play when we're in our coursework. But from body mapping, that was perfect for reconnection to who we truly are in this now moment. That's a really good one, especially for beginners and especially for, like, I do that one with my teens because they get the busy goggle mind. So the body mapping really helps bring it into perspective and it helps give the mind something to do so the body can find safety in the moment.
Thank you. Yes, creating safety in the body is so important. And it is like, you know, we can't really feel our feelings if we're in a state of survival.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just doesn't fucking work that way. And that is something that I really appreciate that you bring into your work, is like supporting the nervous system, because there's a lot of practitioners and teachers out there who have wonderful teachings, but they don't provide like integration support. And so I have a question. What is your favorite way to like integrate and support yourself?
My favorite way has been somatics and body movement. That has been the deep work that I have been integrating, and soon I will be sharing that in my own practice, but I'm still mastering it. I like to mix yoga, somatics, and breath work with the chakra system in one full body movement, which moves all energy through and through, down and through. And I like yoga and I like breath work and I like all these things, but I feel like there's a lot missing in that. And that is the integration. That is we're not just taking a breath and moving to the next pose, because we're not listening to our body when we're in that space of yoga, or even in that space of breath work. When we're in that space, when we're really fast moving breath work and we're not listening to our body, we're re-traumatizing our body. We're not fully embodying the practice, or fully embodying or integrating our own energy, our own God spark, our own frequency. So that is one of my favorite ways to bring it all into a whole for me. And soon I will be sharing that in my practice. And that is something that by springtime, I will have that anchored in and recorded and shared in my membership and shared with my beautiful and amazing community. So look out for that. If anybody is wanting to really anchor in their energy and anchor in their God spark and release the trauma at the same time, it's freaking beautiful. What about you, Lady Jasmine? What is your favorite embodiment practice?
I love that you mentioned somatics, because that's basically what the BDSM practice that I shared a few moments ago is. It's an integrative somatic experience. My favorite embodiment piece. Well, I shared this yesterday in the pre-launch party, but I'm going to share it again because it is a practice that both helps with integration as well as with embodiment. And and every day after I shower, I take some time to lather my body with some coconut oil and really take some time to give myself some sensual touch, feel where there's tightness, send extra love to parts of my body. And whenever I'm feeling like I need to integrate, I definitely go and do some water therapy, whether that's I do the sauna and swim about 5-6 days a week. That's how I start my days. And sometimes I'll also take a bath later in the day. But whenever I'm done showering, like if I'm going through a journey, I'll just take a quick hot shower. But then it's that practice afterwards of just sitting in front of the heater and just taking some time to just connect with my physical body that just holds and does so much. Has been a practice that I've consistently done daily for 6 years now. And then it can take me places, whether it's to a nap, which might be needed, or to an orgasm, or to the kitchen to eat, or, back into my workday. But it's definitely that bridge of just like sensual softening and deepening in the present moment.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. It reminds me of something super simple that I've been practicing, tuning into my intuition, not just tuning in, like, what do I feel in this moment? Like truly, especially with food, drink, eat, like the kids catch me at the grocery store all the time. It's muscle testing, and I use that for my own intuition. Did you know when you're holding your hands on your heart and you're breathing into your body, you can ask yourself a question like a pendulum, and your body will naturally lean one way or the other? That's muscle testing. That's a big part of what I share. And this is literally feeling what your body needs, what your body wants. And I'll be standing in the grocery store with fruit or sometimes a donut. Do I need this? My mind wants this. My inner child wants this. My tongue wants this. Does my body? And I'll be holding this freaking food. And I'll be like, do I need this right now? And the girls are like, what are you doing? and Selena, my middle, who's she's very, very into the practice as well. Oh, she goes, oh, really asking your body what you need. And it's been a very beautiful practice because for so long we're in fight, fight, or freeze. We're in trauma response. We're not in a creative embodiment way of existing. So this is a way for me to really ask my body what it needs. And that goes from, am I supposed to go here today, to am I supposed to eat this? Like, it could be super silly, it could be super fun. And that's something that I really like to do sometimes.
I love that. I love that you talk about, tapping in with their intuition. I in a similar parallel light, I always invite my clients and students to start with their underwear. Like, do you even want to wear the undies that you're wearing? Because if you're having a bad crotch day, you're having a bad day. It's not fun. Nobody's happy. You're just grumpy. You're emanating that frequency. And I love that rocking test, because the body is a pendulum. And I love that question that you asked. I'm like, is this my mind or is this my body? Because of course, the mind is like, I want it all. It's like, no, honey, this shit is not good for you. Did you read the ingredients? It has modified corn syrup in there.
Among every other 15 things.
Yeah, right. Holding the vision of a world where we don't read ingredients, because all the food is healthy and holy.
We made homemade bread the other day, and I'm so grateful. I wanted to do that for so long, and I 4 ingredients in the bread. I'm not even kidding you. 4 freaking ingredients. I looked at the bread that we buy at the store. There's like 16 ingredients.
I know. Bread is literally flour and salt.
Yeah. No eggs, no milk. Yeah, a little yeast, a little flour. Yeah. Granted, it doesn't last nearly as long. It lasts about a week, rather than the other bread will last like a month or 2 months. But do you really want to eat something that lasts that long on your shelf?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah. Part of this biggest practice has been this re-embodiment practice that I've been on for a long time. With the trauma I experienced in my body, I abused my body with food. It was my biggest addiction. And as I had Graves' disease, it's 222 on the clock, which is an autoimmune disorder, which is the thyroid right here. And so I've really been paying attention to the stuff in the food, because that is what causes those autoimmune dysfunctions. The body is overreacting because it's not getting what it needs in certain places. So it's been a big part of my life changing experience, is reconnecting to the roots of food and where it comes from, what's in it, how it's created, right? And sharing that with my children. One of my daughters has is on the verge of an autoimmune thing, and like a cousin to irritable bowel syndrome, right? And these experiences in our body are part of our nervous system. They're part of the food we're eating, and they're part of the trauma and how it's working in our body. Part of the practice in which we share, and the part of the teachings in which we go through, is taking control of our body to release those toxicities or diseases. I don't like to call them diseases, but to really work through that and clear that on our body. And I think Lady Jasmine can agree that the practice we do changes the body code, changes the cells, changes the way our body releases energy and negativity. So we're not getting cancer or anxiety or autoimmune disorders. Instead, we're healing our body with the things that we're doing in it and with it.
I love that you shared that piece about, the body. And earlier during your hot seat spotlight, you mentioned epigenetics, and I want to touch briefly on that, because that's like, quote unquote, like a new thing that's recently come up, but it's really not. It's just science catching up to what our elders have been saying for thousands of years. And it's really important to bring awareness to that when we are working through these deep patterns of dysfunction. We're breaking the cycles for our ancestors. It's like overeating can be a symptom of famine that hasn't been processed. Usually, not always, but so that's why, like, just going to the gym and affirmations and eating healthy is not enough. We also have to look at, like, our emotional and spiritual reasons for the patterns that we seem to get stuck in. something that I used to hear a lot at the beginning of my work until I discovered and integrated more of the spirituality and the epigenetics into my work is like, but I'm doing everything right. Why isn't it fucking working?
Mhm.
That's like a big complaint. It's like I'm doing everything. And that was also part of my journey as well. It's like I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm still fucking not okay. It's
Mhm.
because it wasn't addressing that deep rooted unseen
Mhm.
work through that, right? And food is so vital, right? It's one of our essential needs, like shelter, food, water, connection, and safety are the 5 basic human needs, right? And so when those basic needs aren't being met, it can be really difficult to tap into our intuition.
Mhm.
Be really difficult to trust, right? Especially if trust has been violated and broken. Like how do you trust your intuition? So I would love to, ask you this final question, Lady Anika, of like how, you talk about trusting the intuition, but if there's deep rooted trauma in the epigenetics and there's still like work that needs to be done, how can someone temporarily bypass that, so to speak, so that they can access their higher wisdom?
Bypass their intuition.
No. Bypass like all this trauma that they do have to work through, not in like a bypassing way, but in like, I acknowledge that it's there, but I can't wait 30 years to make this decision. I need to trust my intuition now. So how do we cultivate learning how to trust our intuition while still holding the space and time that might be needed for the bigger work to become one with our intuition?
I like that. That's a beautiful question. It ties in with the stomach. It ties in with the solar plexus, and it ties in with that feeling that you get with when the first thought comes in about something. Is it something I should do, eat, experience? Our body, our nerves are our nervous system. Yep. Our nerves are programmed for epigenetics from uteral into the trauma that we've experienced up until, our nerves are our nerves. Our stomach and our brain that's in our stomach has more neurons and connections than our brain does, which is absolutely beautiful. They're actually bypassing the heart and going to the stomach in neuroscience, which is very interesting. When they say my stomach hurts or I have this icky feeling, that is our intuition talking to us. And when I was going through the deep abuse cycles that I had chosen in my life, the stomach was the first thing that sparked something. It sparked the energy. It sparked the anxiety. It sparked the nervous system. It gave us some sort of inclination that I was supposed to be doing something different. And I'd have to say the stomach and how it reacts to the things, our feelings and our actions is a great way to really tune into that intuition and ask it what it's trying to show you. Bringing you back to food, did you know that we weren't even taught to listen to our food cues? Especially in this day and age, when the baby cries, you feed the baby. That's not how it was thousands of years ago. The baby isn't crying just because it's hungry. Maybe it wants to be loved or swaddled, or maybe it's having a bellyache. So a lot of times we're even taught to eat anytime we feel emotional. It's a normal reaction for this day and age, is comfort and consumption. So they're again bringing it back to the stomach, and what is it trying to show you? Are you really hungry or are you thirsty? Is it uncomfortable? Is there somebody in your vortex or your field, say it's a traumatic relationship or a substance? Is it something that your body needs, or is it trying to show you something else? And there's going to be some sort of symbol or sign in the stomach that's going to show you something. It's trying to get your attention. What would be your what is your answer to that, beautiful Lady Desmond?
I love that you bring in the stomach, right? Because that is really where we have our energy, our source of energy, so to speak. I definitely don't eat when I'm upset or I'm processing a lot, because I have that scholastic awareness of how damaging it can be to put food in the body when it's not in a place to receive that. I love the practice that you shared, and I could share a practice, but instead I'm going to share a book that I read many years ago, and it's called Blink by Malcolm Gladwell. And if you're not a book reader, you could do an audiobook, but I love Malcolm Gladwell's work. I've read all of his books. He's fantastic. But this book, Blink, he talks about the science of intuition and how like that first response, so similar to what you said, Lady Nika, is like that first response, that first instinct is usually the correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
But because we are only utilizing like 1% of our brain, there's this 99% that is still like not being consciously used. And then that question like will go through that whole spiral, come back to that 1%, and then we have that thought of like, oh, I knew it. You know, how many times have you gone through an experience like, ah, fuck, I knew it, right? I knew I shouldn't have done that, or I knew that was a better choice, or whatever, right? Like I knew it. That's that 1%, that automatic blink response. And so when I read this book, especially with my background, it helped me bridge the divide between like the mind that can be so rigid and the trust that is very fluid and all encompassing. And so instead of a practice, I will highly recommend this book to anyone and everyone who is really challenged with trusting their intuition and how to navigate that. Because Malcolm, I don't know why I said David, that's another one of his books, because Malcolm Gladwell really goes into the science behind this in the studies that have gone around proving that that first blink response is in fact our highest authority and wisdom. But again, if we've gone through trauma, if we've gone through stuff in life that has dissuaded us from trusting that, you know, that's when the mind goes through that 99%. But then the more you practice self-awareness, you start to use more and more of your brain. And then, you know, now you're using 5, 7, 13, 21% of your brain. And it's just like becomes more automatic to like, of course, that's the answer. But it's definitely a practice that takes time and consistent tending.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Cool. Do we have any final questions for each other before we take a little break?
I don't think so. I think that was very beautiful. It's super fun to have the roundtable talk. We could probably go on and on and on, but we won't. We're gonna save it for the rest of the speakers.
Right? I know. You're gonna hear our dulcet tones all week, so we'll pause for now.
Yes.
Okay, so
I'm ready for a break.
We are ready for a break. So let's take about 5 minutes to just step away from the screen, rest our eyeballs, drink some water, empty our bladders, get a little snacky. And then when we come back, we're going to start with a little dance flow. And then we're going to bring our beautiful guest speakers on today. We are so excited to have them here today. I believe this is the first time that both of them will be speaking on a global platform. So deep bow to their courage and to their sacred yes to show up and step deeper into the discomfort and the power of being seen as a sovereign, as an authority within their own right. Let's take 5 and we'll see you at 12:40. 12:38. Welcome back, Sacred Sovereigns. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's tap into our breath. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Let's take 3 cleansing breaths here. Inhale and exhale. One more inhale and exhale. Last sweet, soft inhale and exhale. Beautiful. So earlier today, we talked about activating the physical body through wiggling. Wiggling the body, wiggling the tongue, wiggling the cheeks, wiggling the arms. So we're going to do that again. We're going to drop into breath, use sound and movement to wiggle our physical body, and prepare for our second round of today's summit. Let's listen to the song and wiggle it all into place. Can you embody the noodle? Wiggle those legs. Wiggle those arms.
Breathe in love, breathe out fear, breathe in love, breathe out doubts, breathe in joy, breathe out pain, breathe in truth, breathe out ignorance, breathe into your heart, into.
We're just activating the physical body with the wiggles.
Oh, okay.
We're just wiggling it all into place. That's right. When was the last time you allowed yourself to be a wiggle worm? You ever see kids just like shaking? They're just activating their wiggle body. Wiggle the booty, wiggle the legs, wiggle the legs. Taking a couple of breaths here, really feeling your cells align. Big deep breaths, open and expand. Exhale, dropping back fully into the body, bringing it all in, giving yourself a nice little embrace here. Thank you, body. Thank you, cells. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A couple of more breaths, 3 more breaths to just center back into stillness. Letting go of all that came a moment ago and all that comes next. Dropping back into that peace. Beautiful. Thank you for wiggling with me.
You know what song came to me when we exited? Come, chameleon. Whoa. Not sure why, but it was super fun.
Is that how it's called?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I think it's Come a Chameleon. Come a chameleon. I might be giving away my age, but that's okay. I think that song's even a little older than me. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Are we ready to get started? So exciting. This is round 2. We get to invite our hot seat speakers. I'm so excited and honored for them to attend, for them to be present with us. They have walked the path. They have integrated their shadow, and they are integrating their highest and best good. They are embodying not just their practice, but their life and all that brought them to this point, and opening to what is possible, opening to where these activations and where these embodiment practices can take them. And it's absolutely beautiful. And it's an honor to steward and be present with growth and transformation for all that are present in this beautiful space. I'm just so excited and honored.
Very exciting. And with that said, I'm going to go off screen and witness you and your beautiful guest welcoming to the stage Ariel Sorrell. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yes, thank you for being here. I'm super excited. I've known Ariel for years and years. She has been such a beautiful part of my life and my practice and my just energy. And she is just beyond such a beautiful and amazing soul. And I will let her share her beautiful story and some of her journey. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I want to know. It's so exciting. Oh, you're muted, hon. Hold on. I will unmute you. You can't unmute someone else. You are muted. There you go. Nope, still can't hear you.
How
There you
about
go.
now? Gosh.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Let
We
it be
got it.
heard.
Yes, here I am. No, okay. Thank you for that. But what I was saying is, I don't know what I would do without you, because you have helped me on this journey, and it's been so hard and such a struggle, and I was so lost. I don't know where I'd be without all your help and support. So that is how I've gotten to be where I am today. But where I started from, a really hard place, some ugly places. And I was touching on that yesterday, but I was thinking about where I really was before I came to be here in my little journey. But it wasn't an addiction. I was addicted to heroin and cocaine, and I got into that really heavy for like 2 years. I wasn't living at home. I wasn't with my kids, none of that. My mom had just found out she had cancer, and I was at like a fork in the road with my life. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do now? Like, how am I going to make this work for me? And I just remember praying for that guidance and to show me, this next step in my path, because I didn't know how I was going to get out of all that. How was I ever going to do anything after that? And then beautiful Soraya showed up one day, and it's such a big transformation to where I've been. And a lot of people see me now in this light and this energy, and they're like, wow, like your life has been hard, or you know what I mean? And I'm like, no, but that's how much happiness that I'm able to, receive and enjoy. But that's one thing I never thought, that I was going to be able to be happy again and just be myself. And you definitely brought me to that. You helped me, you work hard for those things, but it is so worth it. It is so worth it. And like I said, I don't know where I'd be without it. It really helped me get everything in order, building blocks, the next step in line, whatever, through all the hard, ugly parts that I didn't think I was going to be able to help myself through, because I didn't know how to get through those spaces. So with all your help and all that hard work and all your love and support, I was able to figure out I can be happy again. I can be happy. I choose to be happy,
Thank you for sharing. You said all that hard work, and
Yes.
I totally hold the space for that and understand that in deepness. And let's not just call it hard work. Let's bring it to a point of devotion and dedication. You have not just done hard work. You have devoted yourself to your own healing, to your own transformation. You didn't like where you were, and you did the things, and you called forward the things to bring in peace and healing. And I just want to seriously deep bow to you for that. It's not just hard, it's daily devotion and dedication, and like handing the light to you. Beautiful, beautiful and amazing, Ariel. Like, you've done amazing things, and I'm just so I'm so, there's no words. It's so beautiful watching you step into your light and step into your transformation. And you said that you were in a tough place, and you said you prayed for me. Can you tell me about that? Tell me about what brought you to Seeds of Divinity, what brought you into this beautiful vortex.
Well, I just simply, you know, after I prayed for that, I started looking for anything that was going to show up, because I was like, well, where is it, you know? But I don't know. I saw you being you, doing your own thing, casting your runes in the fog in the field. And I was like, there has to be more than what I just know. And I don't know beyond what I know, but I feel like I should check into this more. I should see, you know, is this the right step for me? And not just because somebody said you should or shouldn't do these things, you know? So I slowly took in those pieces of, I think that there might be more to this, and I'm going to like investigate it and follow my intuition on this, because I prayed for these things. So I was like, well, here we are. And you were so beautiful. Oh my goodness. It was just like enchanting to me. I was like, who is this girl? I need to know more. I need to know more. And so just every day, I just kind of started following you and what you were doing, and seeing how you were changing other people's lives by helping them go through their darkness, through their pain, to find out their purpose. And I was like, oh, this is where I'm meant to be. This is exactly what I was looking for and wanting to work on and figure out. So
Beautiful.
That's how that came to be.
I remember that day. I was doing runes in a very beautiful foggy field. I remember that day very like a core memory from childhood, right? It was just so beautiful. Just you stepping into that vortex, it was a beautiful honor. I would like for you to tell me, what are some of the things that you were wanting to work through? I mean, I know you were talking about addiction, you were talking about your mom and grief. What were some of those patterns that you had been experiencing that you were really wanting to break free from?
Well, as you know, with addiction, it's like a pattern. You can't leave because you're sick, all the time. And I was just so sick of being sick and tired from that, and not wanting to do that pattern anymore, because that's all for 2 years. That was my life, And I was like, there's got to be a way to get out of this and to break this habit, this pattern, this loop. And I'm willing to work at it. Like, I know it's not going to be easy, but at the same time, what I'm doing isn't easy. It's way hard, So I slowly just I got to try another way. So I slowly was just replacing things, and, I needed help on a bigger scale. So I went to detox and I did all that, and that helped me. But what needed to happen was, not only was I going to mental health and doing those things, but there was a missing piece that wasn't really connecting me to everything, so that I could incorporate it into my practices and, have it fulfilling and work for me and my family. And this was the missing piece. And the key to that was you. You really helped me and filled in all those gaps and pieces that I was searching for more than just the average, medical doctor practice standard in that. You know what I mean? Deeper than that.
Yes, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. I'd love to hear a little bit deeper about, you said the missing piece in the medical practice. What were some of those things that were the missing piece for you? What were those things that brought it all together for you?
Well, like in addiction, they talk about, having a spirituality or a higher power, and that's whatever it is to you, but something more than just what's there. Like they incorporate it, but I was more going down the path of like religious, my Christianity, my faith. And not to say that those things can't get you there, but for me, I just felt like there was more to what everybody was talking about, because I wasn't getting just being happy out of just my sobriety and just taking their courses or groups and then being done with that. I needed a more incorporated in my life and a different standard than just the medical practice of it, and more deeper into the mental health and why am I feeling these ways, so that I could identify the triggers that were making me want to go use. And I can identify, why is my anxiety way up here and I have no clue, what to do with it or where to go, like going deeper on those things and realizing what's behind that anxiety. You really taught me to, dig deep and follow those triggers. And I wouldn't have been able to get out of there, I don't think, without that. Like, I feel like that was the missing piece, the deeper piece, the bigger picture, however you want to label it. But like, I needed a little more than what was there. And that little bit more, though, took me so much further and deeper than I ever thought. And it's so beautiful. It's very beautiful.
For a little backstory, Ariel was one of the superstars that went through the whole course and transformed through the whole process of the shamanic breakthrough coursework. And from trauma healing to neurodivergent mastery, like she went through the whole thing. It was absolutely beautiful. And you said it was the mental health piece. It was identifying the triggers. It was why the anxiety. What were one of your favorite practices that helped you get to that point of knowing that these were the missing pieces? What was your biggest takeaway from that?
My biggest takeaway was that I could do this for myself and I could help myself more than I ever thought, because at that point in my life, I kind of given up on myself. I was like, enough of you, girl, like enough of whatever that is, but figuring that out for myself too. But that was the bigger aspect, was I could incorporate these things for myself and help myself when you're not around, and tell myself these things. And they started to become a normal practice to my life and routine in healthier ways. And little by little, that took me so far, just keep going on those aspects. Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Like, it was so beautiful, those practices. What is one of the practices that you still use to this day?
Oh man, there's more than one, but
we'll share a couple. Go ahead. Feel free to share.
Okay.
Whatever's on your heart.
The first one I was going to say is learning to ground yourself is like a huge thing, especially when you haven't been grounded for so long and you don't know how to do those things for yourself anymore. Just grounding yourself and taking that time to really, really feel that and what that feels like, and letting go of everything else that's there for a minute, so that you can clear everything out of the mind, out of the body for a minute, and then say, what is really happening here, and then go further into that, and then uncover those things without all the anxiety, without all the panic, without all the stress. And it's just you in that moment, and you're grounding yourself in there, and you're like, oh, I am going to be okay. This is hard, but I'm going to be okay, Little self-talks like that.
That's beautiful. Lady Jasmine and I were talking earlier, and she asked what were one of my favorite practices that I share with my clients, and that was one of mine as well. I'm so passionate about sharing that one because of the witnessing, being able to witness them open and witness you open into your own empowerment, into your own embodiment, into your own, not just grounding, but this is my space. This is my sovereignty. This is my space. I can be okay in this. And if I'm not, that's okay too. And I got tears. Like, it's so beautiful to open in that beautiful space. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. Oof. Beautiful that's one of your favorites too, because that is one of my most favorites. And And we start every session with that. Like it's something that we integrate into a daily movement. It's just so beautiful.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
agree.
you said you had more than one. How about sharing
I
another
do.
one?
Okay, so grounding was a big one. And also, a lot of the times, like I would say as a collective energy, we reach for, well, society says that I should be doing this, or society, like listening to myself and not everybody else, because everybody else is going to give you, their 2 cents and their opinion. And yes, that can be very helpful. But a lot of the time, I wasn't just living for myself and making my own decisions. I was letting everybody else do that for me. So, respecting myself and saying, Ariel, what do you need? Whatever's there. So grounding myself and then really making a connection with my own self. Like earlier, Lady Jasmine was talking about doing the oils, like just knowing that I'm okay and I can tell myself and be in control of myself and come up with the answers too, and just be in that, like a temple in your own space type of thing is another one.
Can I share a little backstory into that specific one?
Absolutely.
So a part of our coursework, we go into reconnection with our inner child, and especially those who have had past trauma, and especially neurodivergence where that connection is void. When we reconnect to that connection, part of that is connecting to our 9 fundamental needs. And it's not just food or security and money, and there's a few other ones that we go over. And one of them is safety and your wildness, accepting your independence, accepting your wildness. And I forgot the specific name of it, but there's 9 of them, not just 5. And it honors not just your human needs, but your inner child needs, your need for community, your need for spontaneity, right? Your need to express yourself in a new way. And that's such a powerful part that I still use to this day. Is if there's a meltdown happening or if there's chaos all around me, like, are all of these things being met? Because there's a checklist, am I meeting all these needs? And it's beautiful that is another one of your favorites, because when we first started, that was a big thing for you, was the freedom to express myself.
Yeah, right? It was very hard for me to be okay doing that.
Beautiful. And when we go through that, the 9 fundamental needs, it's a little different for everybody. And it inlays with our chakra system, and it inlays with the traumas that we've had in the past and how we're trying to free ourselves. So it's beautiful to see how when the different clients come forward, the different needs that we are freeing ourselves from. It's very, very beautiful. So thank you for sharing that. It's so beautiful. And then, when was your first breakthrough moment, your first aha moment, your first, this is me and this fucking it? Yes, that moment where you felt that freedom. Because we, another part of the practice, we have like three or four ceremonies throughout the journey. So there's integration and there's soul integration and there's different things. So I want to know, your big, like, when was that moment when you had that breakthrough moment of this is it, this is me? Hello,
well,
world.
I will tell you. I'm sorry. I'm excited. Okay. So one of the breakthrough moments that is just coming to mind right now, because there's more than one, but like it was after one of the ceremonies that we did, and I got a glimpse of that, and I was like, oh, I'm like, this is everything, this changes everything, but in such a positive way for me that, like, I was blown away with it. I was like, I could really be doing this. Like, this isn't an imaginative thing of me. Like, this is where I'm headed, and I can really do this myself, or anything that I want to do, really. But it was just after we were working together and connecting with self and all those things that I was just like, oh my goodness, I'm ready to break through this. Like, I get it. There's, and it's just like, and it was such a freedom for that, like such a, weight off your shoulders, however you want to put it. But it was like, yes, I can do this. I can break through, accomplish whatever I need to.
It's beautiful. If I can share a little in that there was that one big ceremony you had, and the unicorn spirit came through.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I would cry. And the beautiful inner child and the unicorn were in the space of just, And how did you feel after that? Because I remember you started writing, and I was just so excited to hear. And you were not just writing; you were opening up into different things in your life. Like share a little bit about that moment.
Well, before then, I was nervous about it because I was like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can do this because I'm just going to be writing from my imagination or whatever's there and from my heart and like, your human self is like, oh, someone's going to judge you, but none of that ever happened because you're such a beautiful soul and you always hold space for me, and that didn't happen. So like that's when I was like, oh, I'm in the right place, like this is where I need to be. And it was like such a freedom. And I just dove into that story exactly how I wrote it and felt about it when I did it. And it was an amazing little story. It did more than just itself for me,
Mm,
Yeah. I still have that story.
good, it's beautiful. It makes me want to cry. Makes my inner child so happy just to even have you in my presence, and just it's so beautiful the stuff that we will go through.
Yeah, it is.
How when we talked about your breakthrough and we talked about some of the practices that you shared. When did you see it working in your life? When did you see some of the habits change? What did it affect your relationships? How did it affect you outside of your own person?
Yeah. So it affected me greatly on such a scale that like I didn't see it first, but then I slowly started seeing like it was changing little aspects of me at first, and then everyone around me started behaving differently, but in a positive way where I was like, oh my goodness, like this is not only like helping me raise my vibration, but for my family. It also carried over. I have a therapist that I talk to, and I started sharing things with her, and she's like, I'm going to incorporate this in my work because that's amazing. And like all these little chain of events and these little reactions just started going off just from doing the work myself and changing my own energy and my own self. It impacted everybody on a beautiful scale. And my personal relationship with my partner, my relationship with my daughter, like everything has improved. And I, that is amazing. Like that is such an amazing thing to witness, and be like privy to the idea of it actually is really working, and seeing that effect is mind blowing because you're like, wow, I cannot believe that this works on such a bigger scale than what I thought with just me. It really can change the world by just changing yourself.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I'd like to ask a little deeper in that, if that's okay.
Oh,
I know
absolutely.
when you first joined, their anxiety was a huge thing,
Mhm.
and depression was a huge thing, and I know that there was a lot of we worked through a lot in that space. So let's how do I ask this question? Wait a minute. Especially with your interpersonal relationships, like your family in particularly, how did that affect your family, especially when we were doing the anxiety work and we were doing that deeper work? Like how did that affect, was it your communication? Was it like how did it grow? How did it help? What did it do?
Okay. Well, I think first, the subtle thing would have been the energy has changed a little bit. It's not as heavy, it's not as stuck.
Mm,
Um, there weren't as many arguments between us. Just little things like that kept shifting and changing into something better or bigger. But each relationship, it was something different, but it was in a positive way. And then like the reactions were different from everybody else and how they responded to me. When I had less anxiety, there was less of that energy in the room, and people were able to communicate, how they're really feeling. More things were shared. Everything just became easier in that way.
beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Would you say that it was like, because a big part of what we did was a self-reflection and everything is a mirror. Would you say that was a big part of that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And other people were noticing it, and they're like, I'm seeing in you that reflection of this beautiful energy that comes out, or I didn't know this about you, or things like that. And that really changed, like, for me, like how I was seeing the people in my relationships and how much I love them, that like this, I'm looking for the right word. I'm not finding it though, but that's all right. It started on such a small scale and it progressed into something so much bigger and beautiful that like I can't imagine my life without doing all of this and learning all these things and seeing all these things, because it's made it such a like such a bigger and more beautiful place to exist in than where I started from. Like I was just like in this dark little spot that I was keeping myself in. So now like I have so much joy and excitement from all of that because my world is so much bigger now. It's so much cooler now. Because I've uncovered so many, hidden things that were either there or I didn't know were there by being pushed down by anxiety or stress or depression or whatever it is.
I like how you said I was in a dark spot and the world is so much bigger now.
It is.
Oh my God, that's just so beautiful.
Yeah, it's so much bigger. And I'm like, wow, look at that. What's this? Everything's being rediscovered and like, oh, that's a leaf, but that's a really cool leaf, like just little things like that.
The eyes of wonder, and that
Yeah.
I was actually going to skip that question, but I mean, we didn't even have to ask that question. Part of the eyes of wonder is part of that inner child integration and reconnecting to the world again as its magical self. Like you said it, like look at that leaf, like look at how beautiful that is. Yes.
Exactly.
Would you say that it awakens the magic again?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Magic that you didn't even know was there. You had no idea. And you're like, wow.
Yes. It's so beautiful. And that's just beautiful. 3:13 on the clock. Thank you for sharing. You're bringing me to tears quite again. That magic part is one of my favorite. Well, it's all my favorite part, but life becomes magical again, which is absolutely just what it's supposed to be. It's this natural, beautiful bubble of awesomeness.
Exactly.
So what were some of your favorite practices that you still use today?
Well, I said grounding earlier, so we know that we use that. But I think just coming from a different place, coming from, the place I was in to the place I'm at now and experiencing that every day. Sometimes we can get caught up in a moment and be like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. This is stressful or whatever. But there's that little voice in the background that is like, no, girl, you got this. Whatever it is that there's so many different things that I incorporate that I use throughout the day or when I'm going through something. I had a perfect example that I wanted to share that I'm blanking on. What was I just doing? Well, I do a lot of different things, but like grounding yourself and realizing also that like when you're stuck in a tough moment and you're trying to like, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? I know that I can, like I said, it goes back to self and I can trust myself and the answers that are going to come out. And even if it doesn't work out that way, it's still going to be okay for me because I still know how to get through these things because you've taught me all these tools and skills to help me get through these difficult moments. And I can do it for myself without having, to rely on another person or where do I go when I'm this upset? Like, it's okay. You go in, we're going to breathe, ground yourself, reflect, and we'll figure this out type of thing.
Beautiful. I'm glad you said reflect. That's beautiful. Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Do you still use the wisps?
Oh my gosh, yes. Are you kidding? Yes, I love that. Awesome. I really want to make my own. I'm gonna have to do that because I still want to do that. So here we go. Note to self. I'm gonna make my own wisp. That helps so much more than you realize. It really does.
Yeah, I still use that. I record my own. I'm gonna record another one for the the high priestess wisps to share.
Ooh.
Yeah,
But that
and
one will always have like a special place in my heart. I love
Mhm.
that video.
Beautiful.
I listen to it so much. I love it.
Mm.
It's helpful.
To those that don't know, the wisps is we do an intensive training of the subconscious and the conscious mind and learning to integrate them through the shadow self, which is very beautiful. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out and we can chat about the coursework and some of the things we cover in this. It's very, very beautiful. It's one of my favorites. I still use it daily.
Yeah.
At least once or twice a week, because it really helps really anchor in who you truly want to be, what you
Yeah.
truly want to create in this life. You take your power back in every waking moment. It's very beautiful.
Very, very helpful too.
Yes, yes. I kind of want to ask a different question. I didn't ask this one last time. I want to ask about ceremonies. What was your experience with those ceremonies that we did experience through the coursework?
Oh my goodness, they were so beautiful because I've never done really like any kind of ceremony work. So I was like, I have no idea what that's going to look like or be like for me. But I showed up and I was like, let's do this, you know? And it was so beautiful that like I didn't know that that's why people were doing them. They were so into it. I was like, oh my gosh, there's such a connection here and such a vibe in it. It's so beautiful. It really it can ground in whatever you're calling in or you know is moving on its way out or any of those things. It really adds a new aspect to like I would say the for the normal person that doesn't really do ceremonies, like it really like in a way levels you up to make that more sacred for your own self and your own space and to set aside like a time and a practice for you to incorporate however you want. And they're freaking amazing. They're beautiful.
I love that. Yes, beautiful. I'm like there was a saying that you said, but I didn't write it down. I was just somebody listening. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Well, you said when you first you'd never experienced a ceremony before. How did you feel when you found out that that was part of the practice, part of the journey?
Well, like it's, you know, if you're not used to anybody doing any kind of normal ceremony, like outside of like Christian religion or whatever, like it's foreign to you because, you know, you've never seen anybody practice these things. And there's a lot that goes through your mind. Like, is this something I want to do? Is this right for me? Is this wrong for me? But the more we got into it and the more I was like, oh my gosh, this is like one of the best things. Like it just does something for you on the inside more so than it does for the person viewing on the outside. And it's for you. The ceremony really isn't for other people. Yes, they can be a part of it or whatever, but it's for you on the inside and how it just wants to help you grow in a person and set these things into motion for you through a beautiful process.
Yes. I love that. They're the beautiful process. Thank you for sharing. Part of the journey we go on where there's a few specific ceremonies that we do to clear the vessel, clear the body and the chakra system to have a full body soul integration, integrating not just the soul but the inner child. When we have trauma, not just in this lifetime, but our past lives, our soul becomes fragmented. And when we're in ceremony, we bring those pieces back. And they come back.
That's perfect way of saying it. That makes total sense now.
Yeah. It's like making your temple all shiny and sparkly and then inviting all those soul pieces back with soul gifts and memories and empowerments. And it's just so beautiful. And there's a process that we go on. It was so beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Do you have a favorite that we did?
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna say that the one where we did the singing bowl, and then we took time for me to just afterwards just let that sink in and rest with that and like, you know, come out of my meditation when I was ready to. And just for myself, like really brought forth another energy of like, oh, this is what it feels like to really love yourself. Take this time and build on these things. And this creates a special time for you that like really opens you up as a person and as a soul to beautiful, higher, lovelier things,
Like, hello, me. Hello,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Hello, me.
Hello, you. Yeah, I like that.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing such a beautiful journey with that on. Oh, and then how do you feel now? Like, it's been a while since we've completed that, and you've implemented your own practices, you've interweaved your own medicine with it. Like, how do you feel now through this space and time of integration?
Well, like I ask myself that all the time because like I feel like a totally different person, but I'm not a totally different person. I'm being authentically me here. And I'm so used to like covering or hiding those parts up because, oh, I don't want anybody to know that I'm vulnerable this way, or I have this, and then whatever it is, you know what I mean? So allowing myself to come through in that way and be like, this is you, girl. Like all in your messiness and your beautifulness, this is you. And I was like, oh well, this feels really good. I want to be me all the time.
Right.
And yeah, and I was like, wow, I'm gaining the confidence to be me, which nobody else can be. It's just me, and this feels really right and really good.
I love that. I want to be me all the time, which is a huge shift from I just want to go home to my home planet or
Right,
to wherever
right.
home is, right? That's
Big
such
one.
a huge shift. Like, I want to be here in Earth now, experiencing the present moment. Like, what?
Absolutely. Yep. And that's wild to think because usually I'm like, in the beginning, I'm like, nope, I'm going to check out. I can't do this. You know what I mean? Like, this is too much. But now I'm like, that's it. We need more. We need.
Yes, yes.
Is there
It's,
more? I hope there's more.
The stream of consciousness that just keeps giving.
Yes, that's true too. Because I was like, is there a limit on this? Like, no, it just keeps going. That's the best part. Is it just keeps going? Like you wouldn't think that you could get any happier or more excited or whatever. Nope, it keeps going, keeps getting better. Yeah,
Very beautiful. All right, beautiful. Thank you for sharing. So what is one of the things that you're weaving now that you have this new freedom and you've had these breakthroughs and you experience life in a different way and you want to be here? What are you weaving for the future? What are you looking forward to creating or creating now?
Well, what I'm most excited about or that I want to create about is just being comfortable as myself now that I've uncovered all this goodness and awesomeness. And, I do know that I have gifts in my neurodivergence as a superpower, and I'm hoping that I could share whatever I have to share out there with other people's and however that may look like, if I get into the tarot doing that, but just calling in something more and to help the collective if I can. I would love to.
Beautiful. I like how you said, I know that there's gifts in my neurodivergence. How beautiful is that?
Yeah.
Like for so long, we thought there was a diagnosis that was wrong with us. We were labeled broken, right? We were labeled broken. We're not broken. There's so many gifts in anxiety and ADHD and autism and just the neurodivergence, thinking differently. There's so many gifts in it. Very beautiful.
Yeah, I never used to look at it that way. I was like, oh, this is a curse. I'm so different, all these things. But no, those are the things that help me see the different perspectives that other people aren't seeing to help them understand either themselves or something else, better or deeper, however you want to label that. But like, do you know what I mean? So I really learned that, I don't want to hide my light from the world. If there's something I could help somebody with, whether it's just through my story or, doing other people's summits, however it is, like, I want to share that with the world because to be stuck in that process, I remember how that feels and I'll never forget that, and there's just so much more to us as human beings and as souls. And I believe in that. So I want to share with what however I can in any way.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love that. Yes, queen. And shine that beautiful light. I love that. I'll never forget the time I took my power back from being the curse of being an empath. I used to think I was cursed. That was one of the biggest, like mind traps I had to shift myself out of. Like, it's not a
Yep.
curse. Like, we can empower the space. It's
Yeah.
so beautiful. Yes.
Yep.
That's one of my big moments. All right, and I have another question. One last question. Like, what would you say? What would you say or share with any of the viewers who may be watching now or coming back on the replay? What would you say to those that could be questioning this course or questioning if it's right for them?
Oh my goodness. I would say really ask yourself and, sit with yourself and your intuition and ask yourself, is this right for me? And, look for anything that, pulls on that intuition, because this, at first, when I first started out, I didn't think maybe this was the right direction or that this would be what was going to help me out. And so to try something more than once, and I would tell you to have courage in yourself and do something for yourself, because you never know where it could take you and where it could free you and bring you. This program and all the groups and everything has helped me become the person I was always made to be, but didn't realize it in the moment. And it was worth everything that I put into it and more, because it really just keeps giving back to you throughout your life, even when you're going through hard moments. Like, I refer back to all these, and that's how I've been able to power through this, is doing all those things. And it can change your life if you're ready for those things, And I would say to give it a chance, try it, ask yourself, do some prayer if you feel called to do so. But this was life-changing for me, and not only me, but my whole household and everybody around me. And I don't know what I would do without it. So I would say this is your sign, and yes, you should do it. If anybody needs to know.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. I love that. I might have to borrow that line. You never know what was that thing? You never know where your courage can take you.
Yeah. And I just was like, I'm going to have courage to look into this more and think on this more, and look where it's taken me. And I would have never imagined that it would have been to the best places. I just didn't see that happening. I didn't know what was to come of it, but boy, am I so grateful and honored that I did do this for myself, because like I said, I don't know where I'd be without all your love and support.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So beautiful. Well, thank you, beautiful goddess, for sharing. Thank you for showing up today in your awesomeness. Thank you for being present in this beautiful circle, in this beautiful space, for this amazing summit, as we help those create breakthroughs and anchor in their dreams and connect deeper to who they truly are, and to create those breakthroughs, like I said. So beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for
one last
letting me
question.
and be in your hot seat, by the way. I love that.
Yes. I should almost posted the picture. I did a beautiful throne, like a goddess throne with toadstools all over. I think I'll post it on the page. It was so cute. I would sit there. I'll sit there.
Do it.
So I want to ask one more question.
Okey-dokey.
What was it like working with me?
Oh my gosh. Well, the entire time, I worried about this too with my anxiety. I was like, I don't know if we're going to have the right connection. Is it going to make sense? She's way more spiritual than me, all these things that my fears and doubts were telling me. And that was just so silly, because none of that was real. I felt so safe, so secure. I felt, as uncomfortable as I was in my body at that time, I still felt very safe, very that I could be vulnerable with you and be open and get somewhere and build off of that. And you also would just make me feel like I don't know, like I'm treasured. My time, my energy is valued, and that I want to be here doing this and working on this and helping people. And that makes such a difference. But I was incredibly comfortable, even though I was uncomfortable in my own anxiety, because how you showed up and the unconditional love and support that you gave to me every step of the way.
Mm, thank
Made it
you.
easy. You made it easy on me, I would say, is what I would say. You made it easy on me, even though I had anxiety and all that. Whatever, you made it very easy on me and very safe.
Thank you. Thank you. I love that you said I felt treasured and valued.
You make me feel so
Yes.
special all the time.
Everybody
I love
should feel that. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Let's just love. I love that.
it. Good vibes.
Well, thank you again, beautiful goddess, for being here today. Thank you for standing out and being heard and being seen in your awesomeness. And I deeply appreciate you.
I love you too.
Thank you. Thank you. You've been such a beautiful part of my journey and
Thank
my life.
Thank you. Just incredibly grateful, honored, and for the opportunity to be here and speak this, because you are so amazing, and you're taking people in this world for sure places, but they're the most beautiful places, and I love you so much.
Thank you. We are all going places, and I love that.
Yeah,
Thank you
we
very
rise
much.
together, right? That's
Yes,
your word.
we
I like
rise
to use it now.
together. Yes, I love that. And I think that is our time, and I will call Lady Jasmine back to be present with us in this beautiful space. Thank you again, beautiful, beautiful Ariel. Such an honor and a glory to have you here.
Thank you.
Yummy. It's 3:33, by the way, in my time. Oops.
Awesome.
And the chaos strikes.
Thank you again, Ariel. So wonderful to have you here on screen with us. Beautiful to hear about your journey with Lady Anika. Deep bow to you. And now I will bow you out of the screen and have you turn off your video so we can bring in our next guest speaker and our hot seat. Thank you so much. And I will look forward to seeing you as the week continues.
Yes, I'll be there.
Okay. We will be having able to open questions for everybody after with all of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So don't go anywhere. Well, there's questions.
Okay, I won't go anywhere.
Hey, just turn off your video because you're coming back into the hot seat in about 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Okay, I got you. Bye.
Yeah, let's take a breath. Let's take a breath and just ground back in. That was very powerful share. And welcoming to the stage now, so excited to introduce the Sacred Sovereign, Harlow. If you would be willing to turn on your video and come on screen, we would love to see your beautiful face. Are you ready?
Yes.
There you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I am just going to pass the invisible mic over to Harlow and let her introduce herself. Tell us, who are you and what keeps you in my vortex?
Thank you so much, Lady Jasmine, for inviting me to this hot seat to have a conversation with you, to share. It's a great opportunity to just culminate everything that my path has been and how you and I have come together. So I've been on a spiritual path for about a decade that has brought about a lot of different stages of waking up and discovery. Currently, I find myself as a student to the Divine Feminine Mysteries, a student to the Priestess Pathways, a poet, very close to being a published poet, and continuing to apply what I've learned from you as I step further and further into my personal power.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So before we dive into what you have received from me, I would love to know, where were you right before I entered your life? And what exactly were you calling in at that time? What were your challenges at that time? Tracing that.
I was spinning around in some inner chaos and kind of just like floating around without clear direction of how to use what was coming through, what my gifts were. I was deeply closeted spiritually and didn't have the outlets or the connections to bring spirituality into like my external reality.
Mm-hmm. 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 And what practice, what was that first practice that I shared with you that really created that, the mindset shift for you?
Well, first of all, to share like just the fact that you had these practices that were so tangible was such a mind shift. Because calling you into my reality was such a bridge into bringing the spirituality into a practical, daily, tangible way to engage in my expansion. And so it opened a door, and in that door were these tangible tools that you provided. And, um, you know, just the way that you consistently come back to breath. It it's not just the practices that you provide, but your consistency with it. Because if we just introduce it like once or twice, we need to reprogram the mind, and we need this like consistent repatterning. And so I found so much benefit from the way that you consistently bring these practices into my life. And some of them to share, like just grounding throughout the day. I was like, what do I do with this energy and where do I put it? And you introduced opening up the rosebuds at the bottom of my feet and being able to use that as a practice, and doing the ABC check-in and getting to deepen relationships, and using stop so that I give myself pause and breath before reacting. And so there was such a shift for me where I was learning, and I'd take something and then, like, nothing, not everything would stick because I wasn't giving credence to how important it was to consistently, daily integrate these practices. And that was something you really helped me with.
Beautiful. Yes, I love that you bring in the piece of consistency, because, we are, at the end of the day, in a human experience, and we thrive in routine and structure. And if there's resistance to routine and structure, that's where it's needed most. And you've talked a lot about like that bridge, right? And the tangible aspect of what that bridge looks like. And I would love for you to expand a little more on how, you have bridged using my practices into now your own integrated embodiment.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. For me, it's really been the dance of the inner feminine and inner masculine energies. And they're, meeting you, you show up as such an embodiment of the feminine. And it really awakened within me what had always been in me, but it was like I was given permission from the outside of me to develop that. And so what that looked like spiritually growing inside of me was opening up my intuition, opening up my creativity, opening up my empathy, and just this more flowing feminine nature way of being in the world in a softer, um, more receptive way. And the tools of integrating in tangible ways was like really working with my inner masculine of how to bring in focus and how to bring in direction and clarity of how I want these things to show up. Because especially being like a former closeted spiritual person, it was easy to like, have these aha moments in my bedroom by myself, but then like, what am I actually doing with it? What am I serving in the world? And how am I shaping the feminine in a masculine form? And for me, an example of how that's showing up is I've really unlocked my creative gifts as a poet and my writing avenue. And so I've gotten to play with, like, for one, it changes my feminine nature throughout the day of just like always being on the radar for creative outlet and creative expression, and then being able to like have these tools that the BDSM and the stop that just like mentally organized my way to produce poetry, to produce it into form, to find a way to share, to do so routinely. Something else that I've really learned from you is the power of ritual and like the tangible aspect of ritual to bring my work into the world through a ritual form and to sit with my poetry daily as an honor to myself and an honor to the divine, and to integrate the masculine and feminine to bring it out to the world.
Wow. So much power in there. And there's a couple of things I want to touch on. But before we touch on the power that you are in now, you talk about being closeted. And if you're comfortable sharing, I would love for you to share, what that looked like for you, and what created the need to be closeted in the first place. Because I feel like that's part of like unpacking the trauma and decluttering the lines of separation that do not allow us to fully unfold.
Absolutely. Like when I was more closeted, there was this very deeply held subconscious belief that I had to keep mystical experiences to myself. I had to keep, even things that weren't necessarily super out there, but just like that, like having heart openings and having clear avenues of expression and having like amazing meditations where like my brain started rewiring itself and being able to share that. It wasn't a thing to share that because the family I grew up in and the subconscious beliefs and what I'm sure goes back lifetimes was like up until I met other spiritual people, what was waking up in me was always done alone. Like the beginning of my path, and what served was a lot of solitude and a lot of breaking out of the patterns and the way things were always done. And so I was always doing things differently than other people. And out of like conserving myself from being weird or too abnormal, I got in a pattern of keeping it to myself and not knowing how people would react to me sharing more openly spiritual. And what really bridged in meeting you and working with you is how natural the spiritual is and how natural it is now to like be a spiritual person and share what I'm moving through in a way that is so like the new daily normal. It's not hiding anymore.
So what would you say, what do you define spirituality as, right? Because it's such a broad word that can be interpreted in so many different ways. So within your world and for how spirituality shows up for you, I would love for you to expand on that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question because I think it can be defined in a lot of different ways. I think for me, what hones it in, the best way I can hone in something that's so umbrellaed is that there is a divine, godly aspect within myself, and connecting to that shows up in a myriad of ways. And the basis of that for me is like unconditional love. But then there's a bunch of different branches that are in spiritual gifts and how I connect with the world and how I view myself and how I heal myself and how trauma shows up, and being on a more of a path of infinitely coming back home to who I really am.
The path of coming back home. And that brings me back to like the integrated masculine and feminine energy, right? And I want to ask you what that masculine and feminine, that integrated masculine and feminine energy shows up like in an example in your everyday life, because we all have the masculine and feminine energy. So how does the masculine and how does the feminine show up for you in your daily life?
An example that I'd love to share with how the masculine and feminine shows up, like an integrated of the masculine and feminine shows up in my daily life, especially lately, is in communication
Mm.
and my communication style. Like, for one, I have so much more awareness and intuition around it. And there's a feminine way of communicating, but there's also this integrated masculine that's very like direct and seeing things very clearly and focused. And so I've noticed how much my patterns around communication are just much more intentional and um, formed more effectively
Mhm,
because of my integrated masculine and feminine.
mhm, mhm. And what you talked about the practices that I shared with you, and then you talked about ritual. Explain to us what ritual means to you, and perhaps share, one or two ritual practices that you tap into daily to continue maintaining that integrated and balanced masculine and feminine energy.
Yeah, thank you. Ritual to me is consecrating space and time for connection to something within,
Mhm,
and um, setting kind of a container of the intention of that space. And so, coming into daily ritual, one practice I have is setting divine protection for myself each morning that honors the reality that I live in beyond what I can see,
mhm,
and protecting myself as I um, maneuver in sometimes a dense world. It allows me to lighten up the space and just honor the divine within. And then being in that daily habit of making a ritual of it just feels so honoring.
mhm,
Another ritual I have is with writing poetry. I've always been a writer, but when I started making a ritual out of it, there was such a fun way of just like working with poetry that becomes um, juicy and fulfilling, more so than it did before it became a ritual. I light a candle, I set up the desk space, I might have altar space set up. I want to get in a ritual of drinking cacao in the morning and being able to just like filter through my poetry and brainstorm and dance with it. And so it becomes more of like a sensual way of being with my work than just working.
mm, mm. Um, Beautiful. I love your intentions and your continued clarity. I've known with you. I've known you for lifetimes, but we've reconnected in this timeline for about 4 years now, and I've witnessed you evolve from being very much in the bubble of, oh shit, if I step out of my bubble, I'm gonna get hurt. People are gonna think I'm wackadoo, to being more comfortable and showing up here in this space today. So I'm curious, then your challenges was around just being seen. So what are some challenges that you're working through right now? What are some shadows that you're empowering?
Some challenges and shadows that I'm working through right now. Hmm. And especially around being seen. Um, I would say that there's a coming home to spiritual community that feels amazing. And then there's also this level where spiritual community can become its own mob mentality. And so it's like this further step on the spiritual path that's like, okay, what if your truth doesn't align even with spiritual community? What if there's still branching things there that your further authenticity? And so it's a different way to play with something that might not fit in. And um, a challenge too is like knowing myself as an artist and what comes up for me in my shadow with other artists and how much of like not good enough and is this worthy and they've been doing it longer than I have and is my stuff valuable enough. And I used to, especially in the closeted, was like I'll bring my stuff out around people that I'm not intimidated by. And the growth edges are to step into where I might be intimidated and to shine my light.
Feel the fear and do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, you talk a lot about your poetry and your writing, and I want to highlight here that you have really found your sacred sovereign voice of creating a healing modality that isn't quote unquote traditional. And I want to expand on that a little bit, because there's this perception, especially in the spiritual community, that the way that we show up as healers is through actual just healing work. But healing can come through many different forms. And I especially appreciate that you're bringing in this different lens of healing through creativity. And when we were preparing for the summit, you said, what does a healed version of you do? And in fact, that is our reflection question for the day. For those of you who are on the Facebook group, all of you here, I posted a worksheet yesterday. It's also a treasure map. And the reflection question for today is, what does the healed version of you do? So in the spirit of activating our highest destiny, Harlow, would you share with us, what is this highest timeline version of you already rooted and thriving in as?
Great question. Really asking myself, what does the healed version of me do? How does this look different? And this has helped me make a timeline jump from kind of being on the healing train that's constantly looking for something to heal and looking for something to fix. And while that's true, like we are always evolving, always healing, there was just this jump from because I would kind of have a less than version of myself that was like, oh, there's something I need to heal, there's something I need to fix. And so this highest timeline self lives from the place where I already am, it already is, and it's an art. And so it's funny because it's like when I was on the like the where healing can become a trap, where it's like a circular trap, it was like constantly trying to aim for perfection. And the highest timeline version is like there's already a perfect self within us that is so imperfect. And when I allow myself to be art, when I allow myself to do art and live from the place of like an artful way of being, it shifts it to just total acceptance, where it brings some more playfulness. My playful side comes back online, and healing still happens. I really appreciate how you see my work as a healing modality, because it's written from a place with intention to heal, and it heals both myself and readers. And but it does it in a different way now, and I think it upholds the honoring of the divine regardless. One of my lines is, I bloom regardless. And it's just something I've come back to again and again and again, is that no matter where I'm at in the journey, like there's this perfect divine self that is always operating behind the scenes. And that's my message to others.
Oh, beautiful. There's something that you've mentioned in our conversations when we've met in person, and it's about being in my presence and what that does. And you talked about that a little bit at the beginning, but I want to come back to that because you have mentioned it a few times, and other people who have come and done work with me have also mentioned about what happens to them when they come into my presence before we even like open a container for Circle.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. I'm really glad that you're bringing this to the forefront because for me, like what I have gained and learned from you is threefold. And one is that the energy work you do and the energy work you've done with me and what that's opened up. Two is the tangible, practical tools that you brought in. And three is being in your presence and being in relationship to you. And I get to witness you in a way where you are such an example of it. You know, it's not just this, let me teach you, it's I am walking it. And like, what can you learn from yourself? And when I relate with you, you are always in such loving invitation for me to be more in my power. There's never this like um superiority, or there's never this like force to try to get me to come out of myself, but you do it in such an elegant way that because you're in your power and you're in such an embodiment that it naturally rises me up to that space. And there's this way that you um consecrate daily life. You know, it's not just daily life for you. You really engage in it in such a testament to the sacred, and it's so beautiful to witness. And I think the other thing too about being in your presence is the energetics of it. That there's an energetic alignment that you carry that just have just the gift of um sharing in space with you activates that within me naturally.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And speaking of like sharing space, you recently were a guest here at the Soul Salon. For my audience, I run a soul salon here in Eugene, Oregon, and it's my private practice, but it's also a community wellness center. And I have a guest room where a sovereign can come and stay from anywhere from 3 days through 3 weeks. And beautiful Harlow here was just here recently doing some. She's been in integration. She was here for her own private journeys. But I would love for you to share about your experience being here at the Soul Salon for anyone who might be curious to come and stay for a silent or dark retreat or medicine journey.
Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity to 100% recommend that opportunity for anybody that um, is feeling called to it. There's a beautiful way that Lady Jasmine creates temple space that isn't just a place to stay. For me, it's been such a bridge. It's really bridged open. Um, I recently moved into the state, and so like it's opened so many doors for my continued ability to move here and stay here and become part of the community. And I loved every moment of being there. Every moment was just special and sacred and loving and kind and warm, and I felt held and I felt seen. And you know, I'm coming from some trauma healing where it was just a sanctuary space, and it was right on time for exactly what I was needing. And then being able to be part of the community events that Jasmine holds was awesome. Like I loved them, seeing how she leads and being able to engage in that. Like there, I had this story before I had landed at the Soul Salon about how much time it would take for me to um, resolve trauma and get back into my power and be myself. And the layers just fell off so much more quickly than I imagined because of being at the Soul Salon.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. You know, I feel deeply blessed to have had you as my first guest here. It was a little bit of a testing ground for me too, of like, how do I navigate living in the same space, because for a while the spaces were separate. And I feel like I also received so many beautiful gifts from you in your just being here and receiving, and the communication lines that opened, and to witness you in circle, and to also like be seen in the preparation work, because people just see the final product and they're like, ooh, bedazzle, amazing, but like you also got to see the behind the scenes of like sometimes it taking days to prepare for a ceremony and then days to clean up, and so I appreciated my growing edges being pushed of that checkpoint of like how much of integrity am I really in, and your gentle reassurance that I'm on point even on days where I just feel really crappy.
100% on point.
And something else that I do want to touch up on is the topic of intimidation, because I have received this from several people in my life, both in client and non-client work, of like sometimes meeting someone like me can really bring up that energy of intimidation of like, holy shit, this woman's got her shit together, like I don't know if I can work with her. So I would love to talk about your experience around that energy of intimidation and what you would say to someone who might be interested in working with me but might feel like I'm out of their league or whatever, which I don't believe at all, because we are all equals, just on different points in our journey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really valuable that you're bringing this one up, because I can imagine people having that reaction. And, I can speak from my experience of even sometimes being like, she's a little scary. And
I mean, well, I promise.
And 100%. Your integrity is through the roof. It's beautiful. Your intention and the beauty of your intention. I've learned over and over again how how deeply integrity you are with the work, and in such a loving, deeply loving way. And my advice is to lean into the turn on, because when we are at our edge and something feels intimidating or scary, or it's like, oh, that's too dark, like why is she going into that space, or why is she bringing this up for me, or why am I triggered by this, there's a turn on, because it's getting us outside of the old bubble that we're ready to grow through. And it's not always just this like lovely hand that's like, oh, let's just dance through the sunflower field and go to the next level. It's like, oh no, holy fucking shit, this just got real and I need to face this, and she's gonna make me face this, and like this is an edge, and that is so much gold. What I really want to share with anybody that has that come up for them is like see that as like a bell that goes off. That's like, I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track. Because it's on purpose, and it wouldn't rise up. Intimidation wouldn't rise up if there wasn't something to learn there. And one of my favorite lines is, intimidation blocks intimacy. And that's another key thing that Lady Jasmine really teaches but awakens within oneself is intimacy and connection. And when you do the work and show up anyway, you can melt that intimidation and what feels scary, and find the gifts on the other side.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And you use the word gold, right? And that was my next question, is like, what is one gold nugget or two or a couple pieces of gold nuggets that you would want to share with another based on your work with me and your own integration sense? I mean, follow the turn on. That's a gold nugget right there. Like, let's put it on a sticker, on a shirt, follow the turn on.
Follow the turn on. And quieter than that, because the turn on and the edge can be kind of a loud thing. It can be loud in our face. Another one that's quieter than that is the intuition. When I had met you, I it was like energetically, it was so aligned in a way that was like, this woman was always designed to come on my path. Like this is just completely in the cards for us. And it worked in such a subtle way that it was like, I haven't been able to explain this to regular people, but like she gets it. Like it's so energetically, and in the voice there was such an intuitive voice of working with you that just resonated. And so I'd say follow that as well. Follow that quiet, intuitive voice. And then the other piece that I can speak from personally is if you're challenged with how to take your spirituality and tangibly expand that and move forward, like this is your girl. Like she knows what she's doing, and she's got such tools and a way of being to be able to support it.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me bridge the language to connect with more sacred sovereigns. So grateful. So grateful for your presence, your witness, and your translation, right, of the work that I do. I want to wrap up our time here together by talking about now, where are you? What are you working on now, and what's next for you?
Thank you for the opportunity to share, to expand and shine my own lights. You introduced me as like the first time speaking, globally, where it's a great chance to be like, this is my voice and this is what's happening. And we would love seeing the results of the work, right? Like we're on the path, but to like see like what's coming from it. Poetry is becoming my passion and my life. And right now what the work has produced for me is a download of a series of 7 poetry books, 1,001 poems that supports, encourages, and heals the spiritually awakening journey. And I'm on track to be publishing the first 3 books this year. And it just it's my coming home practice, and it's taking my coming home practice and birthing it into the world.
Thank you. It's so exciting to see you on this journey of becoming a published poet. As someone who has published my first book of poetry, something I've mildly touched on. I also have a lot of my own personal poetry. And my first book of poetry was a download and a channeling of Archangel Metatron meditation poems. But there's a difference between sharing our own personal poetry. And so seeing you and witnessing you become more comfortable with sharing your personal poetry has actually also inspired me to share my poetry. And so, that's another healing modality I offer of my poetry. But keeping this back into you, let's close our time together with you sharing a poem from your collection that you feel is wanting to be shared in this current now.
Thank you for inviting that in. I would love to share one. Let's see. Tame, only at dawn, moments before the reds of the sunrise are seated below her belly. Her footsteps mark the morning earth like orange coals, seducing the sizzle before the flame. Courageous, for her roar contracts her womb as she offers her body to the birth-giving nature of woman. To sing the yellow bird's home with utter grace, to need no words spoken, to give zero nod to that which distracts her, to moan her manifestations in the blue reverberations of a throat which interweaves with an emanating emerald heart, to pulse earth-made fire in between, and to resurrect today, tomorrow, and the tomorrow after tomorrow, the hues of swirling knowing into the masterpiece of elegant, wild delight.
OMG. Wow. The masterpiece of elegant, wild delight. I feel like that in itself could just like create a whole series of poetry. Thank you, Sacred One, for sharing your beauty, your light, your wisdoms. And now we're
Thank
gonna
you so much. Thank you so much for all the work that I've done with you. It's such an honor to be here.
Yes, and it's so beautiful that we have now shifted into a new stage of our connection. Harlow and I sat in this beautiful little ceremony on Friday, and we really closed that timeline of being in that contract of mentor mentee and opened a timeline of friendship and sisterhood. So we are now in this unfolding of a new chapter together, and I just like, it just brings tears to my eyes. I'm like, my baby bird's flowing away. And they get to come home. So it just like, it's so beautiful. Like a 4-year journey is now like upgrading and graduating and evolving into what else is possible. All right, let's bring Lady Anika. Thank you for being back here. Let's bring our beautiful other hot seat, Ariel. Harlow, I invite you to stay on. We're just going to go into an open round table talk and share, ask each other questions, pick each other's brains, open each other's hearts a little more, get a little more comfortable, maybe a little too comfortable because we're all woman here. And then we're going to take a little break and go into our final round of the summit.
Mm-hmm. Super, super excited. I have a question. I'm like, beautiful, Harlow. I just wanted to ask, like, first off, the poem was absolutely beautiful. I felt it in my heart. I felt it in my womb, and it brought me this space of a breakthrough and freedom. And I look forward to hearing that and seeing that from you more often.
Thank you, Lady Anika.
Yeah, that poem had me with truth pimples over here.
Mm-hmm. So my question is, what was your biggest aha moment or breakthrough moment working with Lady Jasmine?
Oh, the biggest one, because there's so many. There's so many. One of the moments I would say the biggest that comes to mind is when I was particularly at a transition time, and a lot of fear was rising up because I didn't know what to do with all the energy that was coming through. And the fear was just, it was really ungrounding. I was kind of like floating in this new world that I was just like, what do I do with this? And she has a CPR deck, it's called. It's a deck of cards that are very practical tools. And in that moment, I pulled a card, and anytime after that I pulled the card, it was just right on. And I realized the power of this woman. And, up to that point, I had seen, I had been following, spiritual people like online. So it was easier to put them on a pedestal. So like meeting somebody in our reality, sometimes we're just like, oh, what do they have to give us? Because we don't see that as high or as valuable until like it hits us and impacts us. And it's like, whoa, there's some like really true power here.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. One more question I have, I guess. When was that moment for you? You said that she helped you get into your creative flow and helped you come out of the closet, as you said. When was that moment for you when you were able to step into your power with poetry and words and self-expression?
Yeah, so I met Jasmine probably about 4-ish years ago, and at that point I had some poetry that I had been like locked away, I hadn't shared with anybody. It was like my own. And then through the work and Flowering Open, I started writing again, and it just felt natural, like, and I think so much of not just doing the work with her, but I think so much of she mentioned her own poetry that she's written in publishing books. And also there was a mention where she talked about seeing her in the stages of where we're creating before like something is produced, right? And so there was such an aha moment in that of like seeing the creating moments, that like the birthing, before the birthing, the gestation, that goes overlooked. And when I could see that in her, I could start seeing that in myself. And so there's more of this like natural, it didn't become hard to be like, oh, I want to share my poetry now. It's just like, oh, now it's time.
Yeah, I love that. And congratulations. That's big, beautiful medicine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Does anybody else would like to ask any questions?
I want to ask a question to both of our hot seats. I would love for each of you to share with us an aha moment that you've experienced today while being here in the summit. Whether within yourself or from listening to one of the other speakers, or just, outside of the summit, you just woke up and had an aha moment, because we're in this quantum awakening destiny field, energy field.
I'll share first. My aha moment is like witnessing Ariel and Lady Anika speaking. Like it's so fun to see how your relationship has developed, and Ariel seeing so much like reverence that you have, that like the transformation that your relationship takes. It's like we step in to do this work for ourselves. Like Ariel, you came to Lady Anika's program like to do this work for yourself, and you do it for yourself, but like you also develop this relationship. And I think it's such the new paradigm, because like in the past it was like if you did a program, there was more of separation between you yourself and who you did the program with. And then so similarly in my relationship with Lady Jasmine and how we've lived together and how relationship has come out of this, it's like it's just this aha of what a prize it is and what a bonus it is, that like we're not just developing ourselves, but we're developing our relationships with each other.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Yeah, I was also feeling that power in witness. Wow, like this is the way to support each other and to grow, right? Like, yeah, we come into each other's lives as mentor mentee. There's a monetary exchange that can create a sort of pedestalizing or separation of power. But then once we are able to transcend that, this is just an exchange of energy, then we start to discover other forms of exchanging energy that then really begins to cultivate a relationship. And what about you, Ariel? What's been your aha moment today? Where's your beautiful face?
It was similar to what Harlow was saying. I was like, wow, I was like, that is completely beautiful. The interrelations that we make with the people that are helping us understand all our pain and darkness. And then like, not only that, but then on a bigger level, like how cool this is that everybody is, maybe they don't realize like today that if you're here, the webs that we weave and the connections that we make, that I wouldn't have thought that I could make connections, or, oh, I've never tried that. Like, and it opened me up to more things. And like, I'm like, oh, wow, well, we're going to explore this more, because how cool is that? And it also brought me to like different teachings, and it just never stops. It just keeps going, and it's so beautiful. But yeah, that's what I was like, this is amazing. This is amazing.
Thank you.
Would you like a aha moment from me?
Yes, please.
All right.
I mean, you are the aha moment, but
I am. Oh, thank you. I am in tears of just presence and joy and watching unity come together. As you were saying, the weaves that we web, you all mentioned that, and weaving that. I have been working with the spider goddess for a very long time and unweaving ancient ancestral wounds and reweaving interconnectedness and reweaving love and reweaving unity. And this is that in the making. And I am in awe of all of you and the universe and your presence and the how good could it be? I mean, show me how much better it could be, universe. Like, yes, I am open. This is open. This is grounding. This is anchoring. And it's just, it's yummy. Very yummy. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful.
What about you, our little hot seats? Do you got questions to ask us, each other?
I don't know. It's funny, you know how like they come up like in the moment, and then like if you move on from that, sometimes your brain's like, nope, they're gone.
That's why I write them down. Or else they
Them
forget.
down. Exactly.
The neurodivergent mind is like on to the next thing.
Yep. But that's okay. That's all right. You know, no questions, I guess.
Beautiful. Harlow, do you have any questions? Would you like to add anything? She's frozen.
What about you, Lady Anika? Do you have any final questions? I have one to close us.
I would.
Hopefully she'll come back.
Hopefully she'll come back. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's 2:22 on my time now.
2:22. Are we able to, or is it time to invite the attendants to come in and ask questions?
Yeah. Let's invite anyone to come in and ask questions. Yeah, this is the time.
Yes, Lyra, if you have any questions, or if you would like to be present in this, we offer you to come on in. Welcome.
Yeah, Lyra here. So I don't know what's going on with my camera. It might be an issue with the cracks or something. Yeah, probably. Just wanted to say hi, and I'm just absorbing right now and listening to what you ladies have been doing, and I appreciate being here. And you know, I just hope we can unite our forces and igniting soul sparks everywhere.
I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I have a question. I would like to bring it back to Mother Earth. And I want to ask how we can share these gifts and this energy and the aha moments with Mother Earth today or throughout the summit, but specifically today. How can we share these moments with Mother Earth, and what is that reciprocal energy that we have in that space with her? I'd like to connect that to her.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind was a song that I wrote, and specifically a line in that song that says, "May my feet kiss the earth." And the visual that I received was as we get up, and specifically when we go into our dance break here in a couple minutes, let's really like send that frequency to the earth with our movement, with our feet. And let the vibrations just carry through the roots, and with the help of the silly guys across the lands, and let that in itself speak, right? Like a silent thunder.
A silent thunder. I like that. Yes. Beautiful. Do I have any more questions? I would like to know, Ariel, what was your biggest takeaway from today? We already asked the aha moment. What are you taking with you today?
I am taking with me well, just the importance of like building connections and relationships with people, because it allows you just to connect on a soul level, to like it brings it in so much deeper, other than like a normal friendship or a meeting between people that intertwines you, but like in the best way. And those little webs that we weave, and like, because I'll never not have that connection with you. And if I can make these connections with you, then I can make these connections with others as well. And so like, that's really like, oh wow, like on a bigger level, like I can make other connections to help me and empower me on my journey through other things that I might have not have thought about, you know what I mean? Or gave any thought to, that spirit's like, hey, hint, hint, you know, type of thing. Like, hey, just so you know, this is over here for you if you want it. Like, if the card's on the table, it's up to you, type of thing. Like, what you want to do with it.
Love that. Thank you for sharing. Wink, wink, hint, hint.
Yeah,
Are you picking up what I'm throwing down? I like that.
yeah. Because it's always your choice, you know, what you want to do, but they're like showing you the opportunities or the offers that like you could extend if you want to, you know, that's there for you, you know, and that's awesome. But where I might not even seen those connections had I not been, you know, thinking about this on a conscious soul level, you know. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
To many more seeds being planted. Yes, please.
Speaking of seeds to plant, this is my final question. What is one word, emotion that you are leaving the space with?
Oh, I like that. What are we taking? What are we leaving?
I don't know if I could put it into one. There was like a couple that came up for me.
All right,
But-
all right. Let's go and let's go for it.
Yeah. Like I'm definitely taking like a big relief, because like on a human level with friends, like I have a hard time making a real connections with friends or other women, and like I thought that could only exist with Soraya, but like, so this has brought me such a relief that that's not true either. And you're seeing the bigger picture along with these connections. So like I felt relief, and then I was like, oh, now I'm excited, and this is the best, because what else is there, you know? So that's what came through for me.
Beautiful. Love that. Yes. Woman empowering woman.
Yes. What can't, so is it something that we're leaving that we're letting go of, or something that,
I mean, you could share both, something that you're just like leaving in the past. My question was more of like what you're taking forward, but let's voice that, right? If that's coming up, let's give it voice.
well, mine wasn't really about letting go. That's why I asked.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. The word that keeps coming forward for me is consistency. What consistency does, and how it creates new avenues, connections, webs and weaves and opportunities, and how consistency for my ADHD, dyslexic, ADD, OCD mind, like I've had all of them. Consistency was very difficult for me for a very long time, especially with ADHD and building a business. Like, holy moly. But the last couple years, it's been a breeze. And this is my confirmation of how beautiful consistency can be. And for at first, it was like chains, and it was like jail, and it was like, what do you mean I have to be scheduled? What do you mean I have to be consistent? And now it's like, and it's ease and flow, and it's beautiful. So the consistency, not just with business and showing up as a leader and being in integrity, but the consistency of connections and creating connections and communicating openly and being present, and just consistency, embodying this wholeness, is this in awe. So that is one thing I will be gratefully claiming.
Mm.
Mhm.
I love it. Love it. What about you, Lyra? Do you got something?
Um, I have been able to take away from this that there are women out there who are empowering each other, and that's a really good thing because I've been seeing a lot of women stabbing each other in the back, and so I really appreciate this different perspective, and bringing that feminine energy into being is really important.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, the word that was coming through was stamina.
Yes, please.
Stamina. I got some stamina. You know, I just keep going all night long. We just keep going. So we're just gonna receive that energy of stamina wherever it just needs to go right now in different parts of our life. I have a really, really big week with this week, and I'll be honest, I've been struggling a little bit today, even though I got up and went to the gym, took a shower, had a good breakfast. I'm just like, I'm ready to take a 5-hour nap, but that's not an option. So, I'm just grateful for stamina. and I really feel also nourishment, like soul nourishment. To be seen, to be celebrated, to be witnessed, to be empowered, to see alignment happening on so many multidimensional levels. So those are my words, emotions right now is stamina, and just gratitude for this continued unfolding.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, when you said that, I witnessed interesting word. I witnessed one little sperm stamina-ing through the horde of sperm bank to fertilize a beautiful seed. So it's thank you for bringing both the masculine and the feminine in that space in this cute little,
My subconscious is somewhere else right now.
Clearly, that's okay.
All right.
We're witnessing you in that.
I love it. Ooh.
Beautiful.
What power. So, do we feel complete with this round of our summit? All right, let's take a couple breaths, and we're going to just do a quick dance break to just shake it all off, ground it all in. We're going to, again, do it the same similar practice as we did today. We're going to stand up. We're going to wiggle. We're just going to, shake it all off. And as we listen to the song, I invite you to also hear the words of the song and what that brings up for you, because this song is a really beautiful way to sum up our day one, and a reminder that there's so much more yet to be discovered.
Beautiful. And we shake it all about. And that's what it's all about.
You're the best, yeah, more than you know, yeah, you're more than you know.
I saw it coming from miles away. I better speak up if I got something to say.
Speak up!
Until she said, you have a few. I don't go anywhere for you. 'Cause it ain't over until she says.
I just needed to get off my chest that you're more than you know. You're more than you know. You should know that, baby, you're the best. 'Cause you're more than you know. Yeah, you're more than you know.
You put attention, a sweet and pure. She can never tame a fire like you. was no getting over until she said, you have been upon it, down on my knees. You got me making pretty babies set me free. Cause it ain't over until she said, taste your smile. I'm telling you lies. To you. See it in your eyes.
Let's claim it. I'm more than I know. Cause 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 I'm more than I know. Yeah, 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 you're more than you know, Lady Anika. Cause you're more than you know, Miss Ariel.
Girl, you're more than you know.
Bringing that breath back, doing the final wiggle. Body. That's right. We are more than we realize. We are just tapping in. To recap our powerful day one, we awakened our presence here. And through this awakening, we have come into deeper alignment with more of our sovereign presence. And that is the key word for day one. So if you have your worksheets, that's the key word. Alignment.
Alignment.
Alignment. Do you feel aligned or do you feel a little loosey-goosey because we were wiggling around? If you're not feeling aligned, tap into the reflection question of the day. What does the healed version of me do? How do they show up in the world? Fill in your little treasure map. Take the afternoon, take the rest of the day to really feel into that highest version of you. And if you are joining us at the VIP party in the lounge at the end of the week on Friday, we're going to invite you to dress up as this highest version of yourself, right? So really feel into that. What are you wearing? What do you look like? How do you talk? How do you walk? We're going to start embodying that energy because we got to dress and act and walk like our highest selves, not what our current reality is, because the mind doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's not real. So we're going to tell it what's real by dressing like we want to be in our highest timeline. So what does that healed version of you look like as you step into this alignment with your passionate, thriving purpose? We had some powerful presentations today from myself, sharing about my work and my offerings. The same with Lady Anika. We had a little back and forth talk about our different work and how we show up in the world, what kind of yumminess we have available for you now and coming up in the months and years ahead. And we also brought in some of our favorite clients, no favorites, some beautiful sacred sovereigns who have really committed to themselves and have inspired and motivated us and fueled us to keep going. Truly deep gratitude for you showing up, Ariel and Harlow, and doing your work, because it really helps us on days where we just feel tired. And uninspired. Like, why are we fucking doing this? Oh yeah, that one person. It changes everything. So thank you so much for coming on here today and sharing with us about your journey with us and your experiences of meeting different beings today and what that has awakened for you. And of course, we have beautiful Lyra here who's just been present and in support and service and the beautiful work that she's doing. We look forward to having her come back here. I don't know, is she speaking at the summit?
I
Or-
am. I'm just trying to be on mute because I don't want to talk over anybody. Thank you, Jasmine.
No, I just meant like, I didn't know if you were like a guest speaker or you're just an
No.
amazing summit attendee who's showing up and cheering us on and holding this quantum container for us. Everybody give a shout out for Lyra, who's here just because she loves being of service and she's a wonderful being in her own sovereign way. And what else did we do today? Wow. Okay. We danced, wiggled, we activated the wiggle body, we awakened our physical body. And so I invite you to continue with that practice, right? Especially if you feel resistance, get up and do the wiggle or get on the ground and wiggle around like a hot little worm. All right. The Mama Earth loves to wiggle around in the body. And how are we going to continue to anchor this frequency? Really bring awareness to how you walk today. That's our embodiment practice, carrying forward into tomorrow. Be mindful of every step. Can you see it as a kiss for the earth? And through that soft kiss, sending that power like, woo. But somebody across the world is going to feel, they'll be like, ooh, I just felt some goodness coming into my heart. They're not going to know where it comes from, but they're going to feel it because that is how powerful you are. And that is my recap for today. Now, turning it over to you, Lady Anika. Any closing words? Share with us what's coming up tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Good idea. Tomorrow we are diving into some very amazing speakers. We have Crystal Bay, she's a author. She is a service provider. I feel like I'm talking about CenturyLink. Can you tell it's been a bit of a day? She is beautiful and amazing. She works with people through PTSD, CPTSD. She's in the mental health community. She is such a beautiful soul. I'm excited to welcome her in. We also have Dr. Pamela, and she is bringing in some horse medicine and how she works through the trauma healing process, through her animals, through integration of her wholeness in mirrors of the beautiful animals and people that we have in our life. We are diving into how trauma affects us, how it keeps us in loop, how it blocks us from our dreams, our embodiment, and our wholeness. And we are finding the breakthrough and also connecting to the beautiful treasure map questions that we have that are going to lead into such empowerment. And I'm so grateful. And I'm just so grateful and honored to be present and to hold the space and to be a guide. And yes, a Shah woman at this beautiful space and time as we prepare for the beautiful holidays, and this beautiful season. My words are no longer wording. To you, Lady Jasmine. 444.
Oh, we ain't no holla back girl. We are holy blaze, holy days girls. We are the holy days girls here, holding down the frequency. Holy.
Yes.
We are going into solstice at the end of this week. So we are, Lady Anika and I have definitely been in ceremony for a few weeks now. It's a big time of the year, and also this container, right? So since we're here live, shall we do our drawing for our daily prize winner here live?
Yes.
Beautiful sovereigns who are here. Let's roll the die and see if it's going to be Ariel or Lyra who wins our prize. I don't know what prize you've got, but you've got the prize that you're giving away today. I have a dice too.
You have a dice? Yeah, you go ahead. I've already given away a few gifts, so you get to pick and I'll give the gift.
Okay. All right. So odds is Ariel, evens is Lyra. We get the number 4. That's an even. Even is Lyra.
Okay.
Is that what I said?
4. Yeah.
I forgot now what I just said.
Who is odds and who
How
is
did you
even?
know?
Wait,
I don't know. Who's odd? Who's even?
I think I said Ariel was odds, right? Shit. Are we gonna need to?
Yeah.
We get
You're
to,
right.
yep, they get to pick who they are. Toss a
Oh,
coin, I guess.
Okay, all right. Who wants to
Who's,
be
who's
odds?
evens? Who's odds?
I pick
I'll be
4.
odd.
You knew me. You knew my number.
Beautiful. Ariel said your odds.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So
So
4. I like that.
yes, and we got 4 again. So
Yeah.
it's meant
No
to be.
way.
It's meant to be.
Beautiful.
All right, it's meant to be.
Beautiful.
Amazing.
Do not let that despair you. We've got more prizes coming up through the week, and we have a grand prize for the sovereign who shows up every single day.
And
So
where will I
what's
go
their
into-
prize? What's their prize?
I am tuning into that. I have a few different prize offerings, and
Okay.
I am guided to do a breakthrough session with you
All right.
to help you break through whatever is keeping you from that space and time that you've been trying to weave. I see you've been trying to weave something. You've been working very diligently trying to weave something, and it's like I see you coming into this spot right here, and it's like coming up against this hard spot. So we're going to connect and do a breakthrough connection call, and we're going
Okay.
to find what that is and help you roadmap to that space of whatever you've been trying to create.
Sounds great.
So I will post it in the group that you have won, and I will post in there. Wait, am I going to post in there my calendar link? I don't know if that's a good idea. Is that?
So you can send it to me in a message.
Yeah, there
right?
you go. Yes, we can connect in the message, and I will send you my calendar link, and we can do a breakthrough reading for you.
Okay. Sounds
I
great.
like that.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Lady Anita.
You're welcome. I'm excited. On my words.
You
I
are
need to go grounded.
you are exciting.
I am exciting sometimes. Sometimes obnoxious, but I own it all. All right.
We
Do you
be
have a closing
rocking.
note? Huh?
We be rocking.
Okay, and I, in the spirit of exciting, just feel like giving an extra prize giveaway. So I'm going to honor you, dear sister Ariel, for you showing up and gift you a prize as well. And
Okay.
are you here in the US?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to send you one of my art prints,
All right.
and I'm going to do that next week, just in case, you just happen to win other prizes and they, make sure they all go in one package. So I'm just going to give you a prize too, because I've seen how you've been showing up in the group and spaces, and I just want to honor your support as moderator as well within the group, because that definitely takes some energy and time. So honoring you and sharing this meditation art piece with you. Coming to you soon.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm going to, Lyra, is it okay if I grab the link right now and post it in the comment section?
Which link?
The calendar link.
I'm on my phone. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get the link from
No
here.
problem.
Let's see.
Okay. Well, let's close today. I believe Lady Anika, you have a little closing prayer for us, and I will just please.
I thought you were the closing prayer.
Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to close. Let's take a breath to just clear, center back into the heart space. Thank you to all the angels, ancestors, ascended masters, animal spirits, dragons, fairies, elementals, unicorns, mer beings, elves, gnomes, creatures above, below, within, and all around. Thank you for your presence here today, for your witness, for your guidance, for your wisdom. Thank you for clear lines of internet communication so that we could all hear and see each other clearly. Thank you for the beautiful beings who have tuned in live today and the beautiful beings who are tuning back into the replay. May these messages be received with ease, grace, love, light, empowerment, and joy. May the body find rest today and gentle integration with yummy, nourishing food and living water, breath, and rest. Bless all the beings who have been here and bless all the beings that receive the vibrations and the frequencies that we have anchored here and continue to anchor into the world through the day as we step gently on the earth and gift her our love, our light, our alignment with so much joy and gratitude. Bless this day, bless this sacred life, bless us, Aho.
As above, so below, blessed be.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
And now the circle is closed.
I'm going to.
You ladies have a lovely afternoon.
You as well.
We'll see you soon.
All right.
Thank you so much
Tomorrow.
for being with us today.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God, I totally forgot to read the oracle card. So let's do that before we start recording. Hello, that was going to be my recap. Okay, so at the beginning of today, I drew a card for us, and the card is All the Diamonds in the Sky, number 10. And the keywords of this card is limitless potential and possibilities unique to you, moving out of limiting beliefs, reaching for the stars, and trusting you will reach them. The book says, often the only things that separate us from the life we want to live are our beliefs and the inner stories we tell ourselves about them. Perhaps you've been conditioned to see yourself as limited, less than, or unworthy. Or maybe you're just worried about the consequences of stepping out of your comfort zone right now, for the results of your expansion may not please others. Or it could be that you do not know the how. So everything looks like too much work and it makes you feel discouraged. The star you are reaching for may seem out of reach for you, but if you remember you come from the stars, you will see the threads of destiny the dream weavers have placed for you to find. Dream big and do not be afraid to be honest with yourself about what you really want to experience. As soon as you claim it, let go of your resistance to surrendering and shift from merely wanting to consciously intending. You will then see the thread connecting you to the star has been there all along. Step by step, the way forward is revealed and the how is in the very capable hands of the universe. Believe in the power of the divine that exists in all things and especially within you. Believe in yourself, and soon you see the magic. Sooner still, you realize that you are the magic. No man-made construct can rob you of your inner light or the expression of your dreams, as they are sacred and holy. So keep going. You are on the right track. Like all the precious diamonds sparkling in the sky, the star of yours matters. You matter.
How perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you, beautiful Lady Jasmine. Thank you to the beautiful viewers. Thank you to those on the replay. Thank you for the attendees. I'm so excited. I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful. This is beautiful. And with that, I'm closing up the space.
All right. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bright-eyed, bushy tail. Bring your tea, bring your snacks, and get ready to activate a different kind of movement.
Yes, Queen. See you tomorrow.
Bye.